token patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flint out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justin Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. How are you guys doing? Let me know in the comments. Let me see who's here. I'm going to say hello to everybody. We have John Marciano. Hello, everyone. Ruby and Jimmy. Oh, yes, I'm so excited for tonight. I have like 20 tabs open for tonight. It's going to be awesome. We got Elaine in the chat. Hopefully she made it back in time. Okay, good. I have Jimmy backstage. So I'm going to say hello to everybody real quick. Hi to Beverly, Rebecca A. Jimmy's here. Hi, Debbie. Debbie Moore is here. Thrifty. Hi, Joan Friend. Hi, Jerica. Janie. Beverly. Okay, awesome. Jenny S. Hey. Del Real Love. Hey. Shaq. Wow. Wow, everybody came early tonight. Michelle, hello. Okay, I'm going to bring up Jimmy because there's a bunch of comments coming in. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up, Ruby?
How you doing?
I am doing good. How are you doing?
Doing good. I've been thinking all week about last Tuesday because I was like forced to leave. My husband was like, let's go. I got to go to the store. And I was like, all right, just give me 5 more minutes. And I was trying to stay for as long as possible, but I really wanted to. I could have gone for like 4 hours that night.
Yeah, I could have, on my live the other night, I could have gone on a little bit too, but I was like, there wasn't a lot of people asking questions and I don't like a lot of dead time in my videos. So I could have kept going too. So tonight I went ahead and ran my power cord out here to the cage. Welcome to the cage, everybody. That I don't lose power on my phone. Good. So I got everything set up, my heater, my lights. I'm good to go.
Awesome. Yes. And then you did a live the other night. I don't know if anybody saw that, but Jimmy did a live and you name dropped the show. You name dropped me. I was screaming. I was like, I can't believe I missed this. I would have totally hopped on, but I was in bed at that time. But I want to thank you for that.
Well, it was a last minute thing. I didn't know if I'd be able to reach you or not, but I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and do this. I feel like if I can help promote what we're doing here, I will do it. And with that said, for the folks in the comments in the live chat section, if you guys wouldn't mind sharing this link onto your Facebook, on your Facebook platforms, your X platforms, go ahead and get it out because we want as many people as possible watching this show tonight. And I can't see the number in the chat. I can only see if I hit chat, it just shows up. But somebody let me know if we ever get to 50, because that's what I'd like to see.
We're at 43 viewers right now.
Are we really?
Yes. And I told you, this is the first time that I am streaming my show on X. So I only got verified on X so that I will be able to have a bigger audience. And so it's actually working. So thank you to anybody who's watching on X. You can join the party on YouTube. I put the StreamYard link at the top, like always. So if anybody wants to join us, they can. But we're at 46, 45.
Nice. Okay. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see this grow. And the reason why is we end up putting out a lot of information on these episodes. And if it's just one thing that we talk about that gets somebody thinking, then we've succeeded.
Right. Yeah. And I usually only have X for information, for news and for politics and things like that. So I'm like, this is perfect. I should have done this a long time ago, but things happen for a reason. So at least we're doing it now. So since this is the first time, I want to give a quick introduction to anybody who's watching on X. So we can give an introduction about ourselves. And also, I have to explain because I streamed the JW News on X and I was blonde. So I want to just explain, yes, it's still me. I'm just wearing a different wig. This is what I do for my shows. So I might look different on different types of videos. But yeah, I'm Ruby Quinn. I used to be an ex-Jehovah's Witness. I was born and raised in that cult. And I recently woke up and left about 10 years ago. But I mentally woke up and became more mentally free more now. I can say that now. When I was, shunned and I converted my religion, and basically I'm just free now. So I'm allowing myself to dive into politics and to dive into a lot of things that we were not allowed to do as Jehovah's Witnesses. So this is new for us. And this is why I want to show the XJW community that they can do it too. So that's a little bit about me, and I'll let Jimmy introduce himself.
All right. So for those that don't know, I am Jimmy Bell. I too am an ex-Jehovah's Witness. I woke up from the indoctrination December 4th, 2018. Started doing my activism against Watchtower in about May, June of 2019. Went at that pretty strong, helped a lot of people. Then I went and did some personal growth of my own. Stepped away for a little while. Went to therapy because I feel like if you have left a cult, you need to make sure you go do some therapy of some sort. Doesn't have to be a lot. Just make sure you get your mind right. Start cleaning that indoctrination out. And my therapist really helped me with that. And so for that, I'm ever so grateful. Then March of 2020, started realizing that I felt like we were being lied to about some stuff. So I started researching and ended up going into the political route of things. I did get interested in Q. We can talk about that later, if not, whatever. But that's what interests me. And I started following the drops. I started digging for information, hooking up with other digital soldiers to try to make sense of things that were going on. Started creating a picture of things. And then I got to a point at about a month and a half in, April, May of 2020, when I decided, yep, Watchtower is part of this deep state, Illuminati, cabal, New World, whatever the hell you want to call them. But Watchtower's part of it. So I thought to myself, I was like, well, hey, this is some really good information. I think the XJW community needs to at least to look at this and examine it for themselves, make up their own minds about it. I was met with a lot of backlash, but also met a lot of good people that were actually green hats and wanted to learn more. And so I've built friendships with them. And yeah, I've got some really great friends from that time. So I just kept doing that, and then created the big picture where we started to dive more into what's going on in this world, why it is the way it is. And then we quit doing that a little bit. But I've still been active in keeping up with what's going on because I just want people. I had somebody today says, well, I'm not on that Q ship. Well, I don't care if you're on the Q ship or not. I'm not asking you to get on it. All I'm asking is for you to start asking questions, real questions about what's going on in this world. And so, I took some time off after the big picture, and then me and you hooked up, and I've been coming on here pretty regularly because it's just a Tuesday night. I ain't got much going on Tuesday night. Let me go in here and help Ruby out. So, also, for those that don't know, I was on Facebook for quite some time. I got completely banned on August 2nd of last year. And I don't know if they're going to let me back on. We'll see what happens. But had 187 community violations in my time in Facebook. You know what 187 stands for?
What?
Murder.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's cop code for murder. So
wow.
Yeah, 187. Yeah, so if you hear any rap songs that say 187 or anything like, that's what they're referring to. So Facebook murdered my account.
Well, that's okay because X gained a new creator. Like you, the way you tweet, the things you know, the things you share, repost. I actually have some of them on my tabs here now because whatever you like or whatever you repost, I see it. And then I put
Right.
my notifications on for you so that every time you do something, I know about it.
Well, I appreciate that. Um, but I will say that during my time when I was trying to bring this information out to the XJW community, there were a lot of folks that were going down the political road, but they were facing a lot of hate in the XJW community. People were coming after them. And I was like, hey, you know what? Why don't you come and join me? I've got apostates for 45. I've got Is Watchtower Big State. These are Deep State. These were groups I created on Facebook so I could give a voice to some of the folks that really wanted to learn and they had questions, but the XJW community was not a safe place for them to do that.
Oh yeah, I experienced that as well. And this is why this was born, was because as soon as I came out as a right winger, or I came out with a conservative idea, or I came out as a Trump supporter that I was voting for Trump, I thought that that was going to be a safe place because as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, I was thinking, hey guys, look at me. I'm doing something new. I'm doing something different, like with everything else in our life, because everything was celebrated as, yeah, do this, do that. You're free from this cult. You can do whatever you want. Everything else was okay except being a Trump supporter or having right-wing ideologies or agreeing with someone who was considered controversial, like a Nick Fuentes or Alex Jones or any of those personalities.
Right.
That was not okay. And I was like, why not? And that's it was like a second awakening, third. You know how I told you we have multiple awakenings?
Yes.
That was another like punch to the face of you're allowed to do everything you want to do. If it was a left-wing ideology, it was fine in the XW community online. But as soon as I went the other way, it was wrong. I was demonized. I was blocked. I was canceled. They just dragged you through the mud. And I was like, this can't be. I've been mutuals with these people for such a long time. And since we were shunned for so long, I actually felt like they were my real friends. And that's the dangerous part. I felt like I wanted to please, but then I'm like, no, I don't want to people please. Hello, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness anymore. So it was really, it was really hard for me. And that's when I realized I need to find the XJWs that at least accept what I'm doing, like it's okay to do it, or that have the same, like they agree with me, like-minded people.
Right.
And it's not because I'm looking for validation. It's because I'm just looking for a safe place to talk about it, like to vent about it, to speculate about it. And you can't do that if you always feel like you're being judged or you're going to be called a name or something. It doesn't make you feel good. So it's like you want a friend and you just don't have it. So that's when I started looking for others.
Yeah, and that's kind of ironic because I know that when I woke up from Watchtower, I was wanting to reach out to people that I was seeing on the YouTube videos. I wanted to get some, not validation for me per se, but validation of the information that I was learning.
Okay.
And, is Watchtower really like this? Are they really doing this? And so I reached out to Howie Tran. I reached out to the Aces. I reached out to a couple of people. And then I was just asking them, hey, is what I'm learning true? And they're like, yeah, Jimmy, it's true. Watchtower is evil, basically, in so many words. So when you go into the political side of things and you start waking up to the political side of stuff, you want to reach out to somebody that you can help validate what you're learning. Hey, dude, is this really true that this is happening? Well, yeah, Jimmy, that's true. This is what's happening. Holy crap. But it's different in the XJ because you could not go to XJWs for that validation on learning the political stuff. You couldn't do it. There might be a handful, but for the most part, it wasn't there. So
Right. And
yeah,
that's when I found you, because when I was going through all of that, you DM me privately and you said, "Yes, Ruby, there are right-wing XJWs. You just have to find them." Because most of them is like the silent majority, and that's when I learned what
yeah,
that was. I was like, "Why are these people quiet about it?" Like, I appreciate when people are so outspoken, regardless of whether it might be perceived as not good or whatever, you know what I'm saying, like a negative thing. But
right.
there's bold people that are there on the internet, especially in this community. So that's what kind of, birthed this. Because I was
Yeah,
like, I need to become one of those people, because I remember when I was in that situation and I didn't have anybody, and I could have
yep.
easily got rid of everything and just said, you know what, forget about this, and I would have not gotten to know myself in this way, in the political way. So
That,
this is like opening that.
that's one thing that I've always wanted to do. I mean, I knew that when I first started down the journey of being a digital soldier. I actually took the oath, the oath that was on the Q drops. I took the oath
Uh-huh.
in July 2020. Yeah. And
Mhm.
I've I've been serious about it because
Right. Mhm.
my whole thing is I want to help people wake up. I want to help people start thinking. And the backlash you get is amazing. I mean, I tell you what, if we wouldn't have went political and we were just like, smoking crack and doing cocaine and going on wild sex binges for 3 oh my God, the XJW community be like, good for you. You're living your life.
Yep.
Tell me I'm wrong. They
No,
would,
you're
they would,
absolutely right. I went
they
through
would,
it. I literally went through it. And I was
they
like,
would
but when I was
applaud that.
posting that, it was fine.
Yeah. I mean, they would applaud that.
Yes.
But once you go political, and it's all, and the reason why it's all in the mindset, it's
Right.
all about the indoctrination and needing to be cleaned out.
Right. So regardless of whether or not you agree or disagree, you should at least be open-minded to having a conversation about it.
Right.
Once you shut that down, that's it. We wouldn't go anywhere as a country, as a people, as just ourselves. You wouldn't change. You wouldn't do anything. And I can't stay like that. I'm sorry. I was like, I had to keep going. I had to keep doing things, and I had to keep talking about it.
Yeah, I think what really helped me out a lot too was my friendship with John. And there's some that have already heard this story, but for those that are new to this show and new to us, John is my best friend. I mean, we did the roundtable together. We've done, big picture episodes together. We're going bowling again Sunday. We hang out all the time. We talk all the time. But in the beginning of everything, John was, left of center. He didn't believe any of the stuff that I was saying. It wasn't so much, yeah, he didn't believe it, but he's like, well, Jimmy, I haven't seen the facts and the evidence and the data. So I learned there that people take information in differently. Me, I go on intuition. John goes on analytical stuff. And sometimes the intuition, yeah, we could be well ahead of the analytical stuff, but we do take the risk of being wrong. And that's why I've always said, I don't mind if I'm wrong about something. I'll come out and publicly say, hey, guys, I was wrong about that. My bad. I got that wrong. I got it wrong. I haven't had to do that, so that's good. um,
Right.
but when me and John were talking, I learned how to listen to what he was saying, and he was doing the same with me. And once we found a common thing that we both agreed on, we found out that we agreed on 90% of things in life. It was that
Right.
other 10% we didn't agree on. And since then, we've actually agreed on some of that 10% stuff too. So it actually helped me to realize, hey, I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm not here to, go back and forth in the comment section about something. Like I said on my live the other day, if you want to wear a face diaper, put it on. I don't care. I'll tell
Yeah.
you it doesn't work. If you want to get the jibby jab, go right ahead. I don't
Right.
care, but I'm going to tell you what the problems are with it. And then you can take that information and decide for yourself. But anyway, so
Right.
it helped me to learn how to talk to people through all this.
Yes. And my thing is, I need to speak to a real person. I need to see them live, talking in person. I really can't do these things online, texting, or, chat. Like that can
Right.
only go so far. I need
Correct.
to see the person, especially when they believe in it. Even if I disagree with it, I want to know that. That's why I entertain you, because I'm like, well, this guy believes in Q, even though I don't. But he believes in it so much and he has his own reasons for it. I want to know why. So everybody else would be like, oh, don't talk to him, yada, yada. And that's the same soft shunning tactic. It's like,
Yep.
reject, don't listen, look the other way, keep it pushing. You don't learn like that. So that's why I am open to literally everyone. And I don't block people.
Right.
Like, not even on X. I only block like the spam accounts. But if there's somebody like disagreeing with me or whatever, I'm gonna entertain that until they get exhausted because it's worthless, or it is a real discussion or debate, and we're talking it out, we're typing it out, or we're on the spaces and we're talking about it. You don't. It's just my opinion that you don't ever shut that down. You keep it
Right.
open until one of you guys say, I digress. We can agree to disagree, and that's it. You won. Nobody loses. It's not about winning or losing, but
Right.
at the end of the day, you got your idea out and you were able to explain it. And that's what I love doing. I can't really do this just typing. I need to talk to people, and
Well, yeah.
that's what gets me going.
I mean, you lose the sense of emotion when you're typing and carrying on a conversation through texting and through messages and stuff like that. Things can be, the emotion can be lost. I could say something that's really nice and friendly, but if somebody wants to read it their way, it could be like, oh my God, he's attacking me.
Exactly.
No, I'm not attacking you. Well, you said this and that. That's why I tell people, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am open to phone calls. I'm open to voice messages. Hell, jump on the live stream with us. We'll talk to you.
Right. If anybody wants to join, the link is at the top, because this is exactly why I do this. And I also like to educate myself, even though I don't agree with it, because then in other chats and in an unrelated place, you will start seeing people saying stuff like Trump is a dictator. Like 10 years later, you're still saying Trump is a dictator. Come on. Like, so you have to first educate yourself so that you are able to defend a point when somebody says something stupid like that, or when they go too far and they start talking about things that they really don't know. And respectfully, I say, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk about it, because I know a little bit about it. And with the information that I already know through somebody like Jimmy, I can tell somebody else that's not how it's like. Stop overplaying it. You're misrepresenting it, and I'm not even a believer, and I'm defending it. You need to first educate yourself. And if you don't know anything, like I said last Tuesday, I wasn't gonna comment on something because I didn't know much about it. That's how at least we should have that much of a little like self reflection.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't know about it, don't say anything about it. Educate yourself first, then come here and start talking about it.
Folks will ask me questions about some things, and I'll be like, guys, I don't know anything about that. I haven't gone down that particular rabbit hole. Or I had somebody put a story about this dude that got abducted over on my YouTube comments off the video I did today. And it was like 6-7 paragraphs, and it was this whole story. And I'm like, I know nothing about this story. But now I'll take that information. I'll go look into it and see what this person was talking about. So I have no problem telling somebody, I don't know. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, that was a great intro. I think we got mostly everything out, and the chat is amazing. Thanks everybody for being here. Welcome to anybody that is new. I see like a few names in the chat. And Jimmy, congratulations. We have 65 in total. So
nice.
Your goal.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Here every Tuesday, 9:00.
Every Tuesday, this is what we do. It's like a conversation, but then we start getting deep down, and Jimmy.
Oh yeah, we ain't even got started yet. I'm wound up tonight.
Oh yes. Okay. So, what do you want to get into first? Because I mean, the title is not in any particular order, but I have everything ready. I have even everything you sent me. I already have it ready. So you can tell me if you want to go first on a certain subject or what to bring up first.
Well, I tell you what, let's leave it to the viewers in the chat. What would you like us to discuss first tonight?
Yep. Okay. So it's 9:26 right now. At 9:28, whoever is the first comment to put anything that's on the title, I'm ready to talk about. We could do LA fires, the Trump sentencing, super. That blows me because we literally talked about that night last Tuesday. So I'm excited for that one. The inauguration is another good one. There's a lot of theories surrounding that one. The Greenland theory, that was a video that you shared in the chat. So I wanted to like touch on it a little bit, not go too deep, but touch on that.
Yeah,
and then handlers. Okay, let's see the chat. Everybody's tuning in. Okay, so Del Rio Love, she says, oh, okay, she's commenting to something else. Del Rio Love, how Newsom is a douchebag. Yep. And she said she's in California, so she has a lot to say. Del Rio Love, if you want to hit that link and join us, please do.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Tony was the first comment. She says Trump inauguration.
Okay, we'll talk about that. There's not much to really talk about, but yeah,
so
we can talk.
Just mention it. Yeah. There was a few posts on X. I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's a theory or what, but people are saying that it might not even happen on the 20th. And then Trump himself said that he was going to be doing a rally on the 19th, which you mentioned last Tuesday, but I didn't catch it until later on. So I was rewatching it and I was like, a rally a day before? Like, has anybody ever done that before? Is that, I don't know how to feel about that. Is it okay? Like, is Trump going to get inaugurated?
Okay, so like I have said many times, things could go either way. Okay. Yeah. I don't know exactly how things are going to happen on some instances. So I try to figure out, okay, this is a possible route and this is a possible route. It is a very possible route that he gets inaugurated on the 20th with no issues. There's the parade, there's the inaugural ball, there's all that, and nothing happens. And then everybody be like, look, all you conspiracy theorists got it wrong. Okay, that's a possibility. That could happen. But then, and this is where I say folks need to just think a little bit bigger. It's okay to think about stuff. There is word out there. Well, first off, the FBI just announced yesterday or the day before that there were no known threats to the inauguration. Okay. Which kind of bothers me because we know whenever they say something to always think the opposite. How many times has the FBI come out and said, oh, we have a known threat for this situation or this situation, and then nothing happens?
Yeah.
Okay, that's happened a lot. So when they say, oh, we have no known threats. Okay, that gets me a little worried. That makes my spidey senses go off. Okay. I'm
that like, there is a threat? That there might be a threat?
That there might be, and they're just trying to say that they don't know nothing about it. No, we don't know any threats. It's just the way they operate. So there's that. So could there be a situation to where there's some excitement at the inauguration? I mean, we did have a NFL playoff game postponed for 5 minutes this weekend because a drone was flying over the area. There was also a drone, unauthorized drone flying over DC the other day when Marjorie Taylor Greene was coming in to do a landing. They had to reroute her because of that drone. If you think about what they did in New Orleans, they actually swept the stadium there that's going to be held for the Super Bowl. The FBI joined the local police officers as they swept that building. Now, why did the FBI go with the local police officers? Well, they could be saying, hey, did you check this? Did you check that? Did you check this? Or are they looking to see where the police don't look that would
Good one.
that would give them an opportunity to plant something.
Okay. All right.
There's that. So there's a lot of, and then they also said, who was it that came out and said? I think it was the FBI that said that there was going to be more attempts, like in New Orleans, more car incidents. They said that might be coming up. So there's a lot of chatter about all that stuff. So it makes you wonder, okay, what's going to happen? So let's say he comes out on the 19th, and which is very odd. That is very odd to have a rally the day before the inauguration. But what if he decided that he's just going to refuse the inauguration?
Why would he do that?
And this is where it gets tricky for people to understand. All right. This is where you have to go down the rabbit holes. So if allegedly the United States Incorporated, the corporation is, if it's dead and dissolved, then what's Trump being inaugurated for?
But I mean, I thought that was just like the ceremony for every president.
Well, it is a ceremony. It is a ceremony, but why would Trump? And this is why whatever happens is going to be very interesting either way.
Yeah.
But who would he become? And I mean, it's their system that they've been running for a while. Why would he accept an inauguration to a defunct corporation?
Okay, I get that.
Okay,
so then what would he do instead? If he, let's say, if he didn't, what would you think he would do instead?
Well, I think if that actually happened, people would receive a huge wake-up call. They'd be like, what the WTF? What's going on?
Yeah, because he shouldn't be playing by their rules anymore, like with anything.
Well, either way, even if he accepted it or refused it, because the people that don't know about the corporation and versus the republic, let's just say they'll learn really quickly if that were to happen. Because the original inauguration for the republic was March 4th.
You've mentioned that. Yes. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So that is the original inauguration date, March 4th.
Okay.
So maybe he says, no, you know what? I'm not accepting your inauguration. And hell, we had JD Vance come out on Twitter say, hey, y'all don't mind if I skip the inauguration and go to the football game. It's like, what? That's weird. Okay, that's odd. So, I mean, either way, it's going to be interesting. Either way, it's going to be a wake-up call for some people. So I'm interested to see how this goes.
Okay, so that's really why I put that there, the inauguration, to talk about it. So I'm glad we did that. Now, everybody after Tony's comment was about the LA fires.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that.
Said fire, 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 LA. So,
well, since we're on the topic of Trump right now, let's go ahead and talk about his sentencing, because that's not going to take that long.
Okay, really quickly, his sentencing was really, like, I mean, you said it yesterday, nothing's gonna happen, and there's not gonna be really anything to do or to talk about, because it was a witch hunt, which I agree, but I was afraid that they would do something more.
Yeah,
so I'm glad that's over.
Yeah, didn't I say last Tuesday that there wasn't going to be nothing come of this?
Right. Yeah, and a lot of people have said that too, but you never know nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a little anxious sometimes when it comes to this.
And I get that. And that's still part of the waking up process. It's still part of the waking up process. You learn how to tamp down that anxiety after a while. Like when, Trump got shot and I told you, Ruby, quit freaking out.
No, no, we were freaking out. I mean,
I said, quit freaking out, Ruby.
No, yeah, that's too much for me. That's crazy.
But I think what people need to really understand is what is it? Conditional. Oh God, what did they title it as? I sent a link to you. Not conditional release. That's not what it was. What was that thing I sent to you?
You sent me. You mean on DMs?
Yeah, in the DMs.
Yes. Conditional and unconditional discharge.
Yes, yeah, a conditional discharge. So Yeah, let's bring that up so people can get educated on what a conditional discharge is.
Okay, let me see if I can share this. Oh, there you go, right here.
You may want to read it because it's too small for me.
Okay, it says, what is conditional and unconditional discharge? In some jurisdictions, an absolute discharge means there is no conviction on the defendant's record, despite the plea of the defendant. A conditional discharge is an order made by a criminal court whereby an offender will not be sentenced for an offense unless a further offense is committed within a stated period.
Okay, so read that last sentence again.
A conditional discharge is an order made by a criminal court whereby an offender will not be sentenced for an offense unless a further offense is committed within a stated period.
All right, so further offense. This is the deep state trying to put this little thing on pause so they can try to go after Trump over something else. And then if they can try to get him on something else, then that conditional discharge definition falls into play. That's why they were pushing to release the documents, volumes 1 and volumes 2 from Jack. What's his name? Jack. Oh God, douchebag. Oh my God. That lawyer Jack. That's the only thing. Anyway, but there's that. So they're still trying to get him there on that. So if they come up with some trumped up charges, so to speak, they could try to play this again. You know, but for all intents purposes, all these charges against Trump, they're all hoaxes. It's lawfare is what is being deployed here. So it's all BS.
Right.
Every bit of it. So yeah.
And he did say something, didn't he? I think he made a statement or something about the sentencing. I can't remember, and I don't know why
I'm sure he did, but I don't know. I don't remember what he said.
Okay, because I think I have it here. I'll look for it. Because I was wondering whether Trump was even going to go, because he said like they can do it on the internet, they can do it virtually. And okay, here it goes. So I could play this clip so everybody can see what, Trump said. Let's see. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Okay, for some reason I need to stop. Okay, share my screen again. Okay, let's see. Okay, Trump goes off for 6 minutes. I think this is it. Okay, there we go. I think you should see it now.
This has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system. This is a case that Alvin Bragg did not want to bring. He thought it was, from what I read and from what I hear, inappropriately handled before he got there. A gentleman from a law firm came in and acted as a district attorney. And that gentleman, from what I heard, was a criminal or almost criminal in what he did. It was very inappropriate. It was somebody involved with my political opponent. Part of the records that we're talking about, they're saying, I just noticed that he said I was falsifying business records. Well, the falsification of business records, as they said, was calling a legal expense in the books where everybody could see them, a legal expense. In other words, legal fees or legal expense were put down as legal expense by accountants. They weren't put down by me. They were put down by accountants. I didn't call them construction, concrete work. I didn't call them electrical work. I didn't call them anything. They called a legal fee or a legal expense. And for this, I got indicted. It's incredible, actually. Now, if you look, my attorney alluded to it, the top legal scholars and legal pundits in this country, the ones that are quoted all the time on television, that are making their views felt, and highly respected people, have said, virtually everyone that I know of, I haven't seen any to the contrary, not one. And none of these people are not exactly friends of mine, to put it mildly. But they all said this is a case that should have never been brought. It's an injustice of justice. Very respected Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Judge David Rifkin, a wonderful man who just passed away, by the way, Greg Jarrett, Ellie Honig from CNN, of all places. CNN said that, Paul Ingratian, Alan Dershowitz, they all said this is not a case that should be brought. It's not, think about it, legal expenses are down as legal expenses, and I get indicted for business records. Every damage my reputation so that I'd lose the election, and obviously that didn't work. And the people of our country got to see this firsthand because they watched the case in your courtroom. They got to see this firsthand, and then they voted, and I won and got the largest number of votes by far of any Republican candidate in history, and won, as you know, all 7 swing states, won conclusively all 7 swing states, and won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. And they've been watching your trial, so they understood it. I wasn't allowed to use the lawyer-client privilege or the reliance on counsel. I had a lawyer that made this deal, and he admitted that. And he was also a totally discredited person. We weren't allowed to use the information from the Southern District that totally discredited him. It wasn't allowed to be put in. And that was terrible, unbelievable. And this is a man who's got no standing. He's been disbarred on other matters, unrelated. And he was allowed to talk as though he were George Washington. But he's not George Washington. He shouldn't have been allowed. The Southern District did a book of approximately 28 pages where I've never seen anything like it. They excoriated him. You wouldn't let it be put into evidence. So he was able to testify as a witness, and I think it's a disgrace to the system. I was under a gag order. I'm the first president in history that was under a gag order where I couldn't talk about aspects of the case that are very important. I guess I'm still under, so probably I won't do it now. I assume I'm still under a gag order. But the fact is that I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong. They talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with a city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense. It was called a legal expense. It's an embarrassment to New York, and New York.
Okay, so that's what Trump was saying, and I agree with what he was saying. I think it was a waste of time, and
it was a complete waste of time. It was all designed to try to win the election. That's what that was all about. Every bit of it. So, yeah.
Okay, so question. Thrifty says, can Trump really refuse the inauguration? Would that help or hurt?
In my view, from what I believe I know, it would help. It would help.
Wouldn't that extend the time that he would have become president? So he wouldn't become president in January, he would become president in March?
Publicly, optically, yes. But, he's still, there's us that say that he's still commander in chief. So he could still be playing the role he's doing right now until March 4th. That could happen. We don't know. Let's just see how it plays out. That's how you got to look at things. You got to say, okay, what's going to happen here?
Right.
Instead of being so definitive about something. I did see in the chat real briefly, someone said something about you blocking somebody.
Oh, no. I fixed it because I saw Sharon's comment and I did bring it up. But her question was more about if we believe in a creator. But this is a more political show, so I'm not going to get into that. But I can.
We can answer that with one. Yes.
Yeah, really quickly.
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
Let's
so
go
the
ahead and
answer
answer.
in a nutshell would be yes, but this is a political, so I'm not going to get too, into that.
And sometimes if you put a comment on a live stream, or even if you're commenting on a video, YouTube, if they don't like your comment, they will take it down. Right. Because I've had a lot of people try to comment on something that I've posted, and they're like, Jimmy, I thought you didn't block people, or I thought you didn't delete comments. I don't.
Right.
YouTube will do that.
Yeah. No, but I found it because there's the chat is so alive right now that I had to scroll so long to find it. So that's a good thing. So okay, I wanted to show you this it's like a funny tweet. Let me see.
Okay.
And you've probably seen this because our algorithms are very similar. But this
Yeah.
was a cool bus going through Washington, D.C. And I don't know how recent it is. Did you see this?
What is it?
It's a cool bus that was driving
Oh,
around.
yeah, I've seen stuff similar. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah, I wanted to show everybody this. This is
that's
hilarious.
great.
That's what people should be doing,
Absolutely.
in my opinion. Like we are in one of the best countries in the world that promotes and protects freedom of speech. Why are we not doing this more?
Well, it has picked up a lot over the years, and that's why you see so much censorship. That's why you see Gavin Newsom trying to come out on a podcast or plead to Joe Biden about we need to do something about this misinformation, this disinformation.
That's exactly what they want to do. They want to get rid of our voices.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and label it as disinformation. When how many times have we said this is just a conversation, or we're speculating, or this is just normal talking? It's not about whether it's true or not, because we're not like real news. I'm not a journalist. I'm not like obligated to do that. We're just having a conversation. It's simple.
Yep.
Okay, so talking about the fires, because everybody was
Yeah, let's get into the fires because Trump did say we got a city burning down and they want to do this stuff. So yeah, go ahead.
Goodness. So this is what gets me. I'm gonna say something very controversial, and I don't drag me for it. But
Hey, this is what we do. This is what we do. Both of us. We say stuff. We don't. She's Puerto Rican and I'm Italian. Do you think we care?
No, we don't. Like I just said, I don't really care if it's true or not. We're just always talking about it. Who cares? But I don't, and I'm not saying that it's controversial because I think it is. Obviously, I don't. But people think that it's controversial to say that climate change is a hoax or that it doesn't exist. And along the same lines of like the earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? Like they call you stupid. They call you like, oh, you're an idiot for saying that climate change doesn't exist or whatever. But that's just me. So I don't believe that this is climate change, and we shouldn't be blaming it on that. Right? Okay. Just a quick welcome to Doreen. Welcome to the stage.
Hola, hola. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes,
loud. Thank you for joining.
Hi,
welcome.
guys.
Welcome.
Dub here. It's
nice.
been almost going on 13 years. Yeah.
Sweet.
Wow. Are you username Del Rio Love?
Yes, I am.
Okay, got you. Yes.
So you're from California, right?
I am. I'm actually 45 minutes east of Los Angeles.
Okay, so I think what we really need to do, Ruby, is let her speak and tell her story, what she's experienced over the last week. And then we can add what we've heard and what we've seen, and let's compare notes. So
okay, Doreen, you got the floor. Go ahead.
The floor is yours.
Oh my gosh, this is so nice. Thank you for even adding me onto your little chat here. I love it. So yeah, I just well, we have a long history of fires after fire after fire. But you know what the strange part is about this time of year? It's usually done during the summertime. So that's why I'm like, wow, this is not normal. What the heck is going on? And, you hear all these stories about how it happened, when it happened. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. That was like a little bowl where they're at in the Palisades, because it's like the way it is where the houses are. That's kind of like a death trap right there. I know they're paying for that ocean view right there behind Malibu. So, but yeah, they were saying that the where they hold the water, it was empty. They don't know why it was empty. And, they're saying they were supposed to refurbish it or fix it, and then there was a video, I don't know if you guys saw that, where one of the residents was there and she caught Gavin Newsom getting into his SUV. Oh man, I was almost in tears watching that. And I felt so like heartfelt, like I couldn't believe it. So, yeah, I'm just like, I talked to somebody recently who actually lost her house in the Palisades, and you can tell she was crying all day. And I told her, you know, I'm so sorry. I go, we're praying for you. Because actually, my church has been praying every day. And my pastor, I'm going to put his name out there, Jack Hibbs. He's at Calvary Chino Hills. He went on a rampage. He was on fire on Sunday. If you watch it, he was livid. We were actually, our church was trying to get him out. We were signing, what do you call it? I can't think of it. We try to get somebody out.
Oh, like a petition.
Yeah, there you go. We all signed a petition. Remember, it was, I want to say early last year. There was thousands of us signing it. And so, yeah, he's not a good guy. We're just, I don't know. We're fed up with him. And I think after this now, he's going to be out. I hope soon, because it's just, and you know, what's funny is I have a neighbor, and I was telling her, I go, hey, I know you're native, Indian native, right? She lives on a tribe, or her family does. And I go, what's that story about him about a fish? She goes, oh, that's BS.
The smell.
She goes, that is a lie. The Indians are not trying to save a fish. You know, that's him pocketing money. And he bought a $9 million home recently with our tax money.
Yeah, he's followed in the footsteps of his aunt, Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, whose aunt? Who? What?
Nancy Pelosi is Gavin Newsom's aunt.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yes.
Let me
Hey.
If you knew that.
Hey, we need to start running a tracker, a little counter on your screen, Ruby, on how many times your mind gets blown during an episode. And then we can start tracking it.
No way. I didn't know they were related.
They're not related.
That's crazy.
Oh, this makes like so much sense now.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
Oh,
So-
JG asked if I was smoky anywhere me. I don't know. I mean, there's another fire I think that came started today.
Yeah, I think I just seen where somebody said one started in Ventura right before we came on. So I don't know anything about that one yet. What do you think about the mayor? There's a lot of information I want to bring out about this whole situation. So I want to try to do it in a way that is flowing so it's easy to listen to. What do you think about the mayor, Miss Karen Bass, not being there?
Oh, she's a joke. She's a joke. My pastor was saying, oh, what? She came out of South Central, and all of a sudden now she's, you know, she hasn't done nothing for us. Nothing.
Yeah. Do you know where she went?
It was Ghana.
Yeah.
She was trying to, she was there for, I don't know, a graduate or something. I can't remember. My pastor even knew. I was like, wow, he's so educated.
It was an inauguration for the president of Ghana. Yeah. Now, here is the interesting connection. Why would a mayor go out to an inauguration in Ghana? Okay. She's not a head of state. She's not part of, federal government.
Exactly.
Why would she be sent to represent? Okay.
Yeah, that was our tax money too.
Yes. Our tax money flying her out there. And she had warnings of these winds coming in. She knew that something was going to go down. Now, before I go into further on why she went there, it is the same. I always tell everybody, look for pattern recognition. It's the same thing that happened in Maui. Their mayor wasn't there when it started either in Maui.
Yep. So
the reason she went out to Ghana is the president over there is a member of the socialist. What was that thing I sent, that DM I sent you, Ruby? Socialist International Worldwide.
Let's see. Socialist. Yep. I got it right here.
All right. So he is a member of the Socialist International Worldwide, which means that Ms. Karen Bass is also a member of that organization. And what does it promote? It promotes socialism. While good American citizens, the majority of them, I'm not going to say all of them, but the majority of them, good folks, They should have been protected by their mayor, but she's out there promoting and hobnobbing with people that want socialism. Can you read that, Ruby?
So it says the Socialist International is a political international or worldwide organization of political parties which seek to establish democratic socialism, consisting mostly of social democratic political parties and labor organizations.
Exactly. And that's what Karen Bass represents. She's all into the DEI. She's all into helping the illegals with y'all's taxpayer money, our taxpayer money. So there's that little piece of the puzzle to put into consideration when we talk more about the fire stuff.
I wanted to mention something too.
Mm-hmm.
I was up in Northern California a couple years back, and I have a video that I posted, I think on my Facebook, and my mouth just dropped. I couldn't believe all the water that was running off straight into the ocean, and I felt so sick to my stomach watching this wasted water going into the ocean. And I remember, like, I'm thinking, why aren't we conserving and using this water? Like, there's a way that this water can go down into Southern California, but no, right there, Northern California. And I wish I could show you the video. And I was just like, wow.
Well, didn't you guys vote when Jerry Brown was your governor back in 2018, 2019, that there was going to be a $7 billion project to build reservoir or a way to get that water from Northern California down to Southern California?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know too much about
Okay.
that one.
Well,
but
so yeah, that was something that did happen. And guess what? It never got built.
yeah, I think that's what happened. You know what my pastor brought up recently too at church on Sunday? He goes, you know what's funny? That they want to build this huge fast track coming down and going back and forth to Sacramento. He goes, who is that for? Those are the people that are in office in Sacramento. He goes, they want to spend billions of dollars on this stupid thing when they should be putting the money in, for the water to come down over to us for our fires.
And since you mentioned that, Ruby knows where I'm going with this. She's getting ready to pull it up and put it on the screen right now. So speaking of that little high-speed rail that they want to put in, isn't it kind of, I don't know if you can blow that up or not, Ruby, but isn't it kind of coincidental that where the fires are is kind of in the same track where they want that rail at?
Yep. Right there. That's what Jimmy sent me.
Man, you're on it.
Yep. And somebody said in the comments also that it was Maui 2.0. And I've seen
definitely.
that all over X. They're saying it's the same thing that happened in Hawaii. But I mean, okay, so we can agree, yeah, it's not climate change.
Yeah, it's not climate change.
Oh, no.
Okay,
no.
so we could definitely agree on that. But then I was thinking, well, maybe it's intentional. More like maybe somebody was setting fire, like an arsonist. Or if people may believe that it was Maui 2.0, are these what they call directed energy weapons, I think it's called?
Okay, so yeah, that's what you're thinking about right there.
They did arrest the arsonist.
Yes, let's go back and let's revisit something we've already learned before. The black hats and the red hats. Okay. Who are the red hats and what do they do?
No, I should have kept my notes about the hats. I know the black ones. The black ones are like the evil ones, but I forgot about all the red ones that they will do anything for money. That they, as long as you pay them, they would do it.
Exactly. So, and what have we said before about these illegals coming over from all over, that they are, and Antifa and BLM and other organizations, where they are the foot soldiers, red hats for the deep state.
Yes.
So, yes, this was intentional. This was planned by black hats who paid red hats, the arsonist, to go out and start fires.
There you go. And I do have a clip that I wanted to show about that because I could not believe it. I mean, I was thinking it. I was like, oh, maybe somebody is the one actually doing it. You know, I don't even know which.
I just want to know how climate change knew about the high-speed rail and the direction it was going and all that. I wonder how climate change knew about that.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Okay, I think you should see it now. You see this video? I'm gonna play it. Look at that.
All right. Oh yeah, I saw this one.
Wow.
He's throwing gasoline.
Yep.
What is that, right?
Yeah. And there's more videos of arsonists being. And what's funny to me is now Gavin Newsom comes out. Okay, looting. I think you're a SOB to go do the looting and everything. But again, you got their deep state or their foot soldiers doing that. But now Gavin Newsom wants to take the high road and say, oh, we need to arrest all these looters and everything. But yet you've been allowing criminals to go into stores and steal up to $950 worth of stuff and nothing happens to them. Shut the F up, Mr. Newsom.
Right.
Yup. So then I was thinking, okay, well, maybe that was like my second option. I said, oh, this is intentional. And then my third one, which I don't really talk, I don't joke like this publicly, but this is a Mexican legend, Catholic legend on the internet who was interviewed by the news. And he says the most hilarious thing, and I'm going to play it. I don't care who gets offended, but I think it's funny. So let me see.
Snowflakes be warned.
Jimmy warned ya. So here it goes. This was, I agree with this guy 100%.
I think I saw this one.
What's happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
My God. Damn.
Wow.
Oh, unacceptable. Yo, I was dying when they said,
That's funny.
okay,
That's funny.
Unacceptable. Yeah, but I say that to my kids all the time because they be making jokes like that. And I can't take them nowhere. And I'm like, guys, we're gonna go in public. Don't start.
This is where the generation gap, the Generation X, we find that stuff funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Gen Z is like, no. I grew up with Richard Pryor and Archie Bunker.
Oh yeah.
All right. So yeah, that was funny.
Right
Yeah,
on.
it really was. I found that guy. I followed him on Twitter. I found out he was and the comments are even funnier than that. I was just like, it's about time, because it's like we're almost like sick and tired of it. Like I do understand the gravity of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I do understand it's devastating and things like that. But at the same time, we're sick and tired of this happening to us and us knowing that this is not natural causes and somebody's doing this.
Yeah.
And that's where the deep state, when I found out what that was, I was like, it's all their fault. It's not our fault. Like we don't have to continue blaming ourselves for this. There's there's an agenda, and that's the agenda, and it's evil, and it's like I hate that.
I've seen in the comments a lot of people. I was trying to stay on a certain path here, but some people have already said this is a land grab for the 15-minute smart cities. It totally is. That's what Maui's about. That's what Acapulco is about. That's what several other places have been about. Because if you go back and you look at the actions, they didn't fill up that reservoir.
Right. But why?
Okay, because they knew that they wanted to create this problem. And they try to say that they were doing construction and working on it, but things been empty since last February.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
And so that is an excuse. That is them saying that. Then you had the lady that was making the water czar. She makes $750,000 a year. And you know what her number one priority in the water department was?
DEI, right?
Correct.
I saw that clip on X. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Her number one.
Is this real?
Yeah. Her number one priority was DEI. Had nothing to do with making sure fire hydrants had water in them, making sure there was a reserve, making sure that $7 billion project got built. None of that was a priority for her.
That's embarrassing, honestly, because like let me ask Doreen. I mean, you live in that state. This is your governor, your mayor, these are your officials. So like, how do you feel about this, and what do you plan on doing about it?
Well, I get frustrated because we're the highest paying state right now in taxes. And it's just frustrating because my rent is ridiculous. If I told you how much my rent, and I'm a single mom, so I'm
yeah.
barely making ends meet. And I have a lot of family has moved out of California because they can't afford it here no more.
Yep.
Right.
And it's crazy. I went to Hawaii a couple years back, and the lady that was renting out the Airbnb was telling me the average person in Hawaii has 3 jobs just to survive out there. And I go, it's turning into Hawaii here.
Yep.
And I said, yeah, I'm going to have to get a second job because there's no way I can survive because of the food costs, the gas, the taxes. Like I think just a gallon of gas here is like almost $4.20.
Wow.
And
great number, but not for gas.
That's for gas. And then for rent, like I didn't hear what he said.
I said great number, but not for gas.
Yeah, 420. Oh my God, Jimmy, stop.
I told you I was wound up tonight.
I'm sorry, Doreen. Jimmy's too much.
That's funny. But yeah, like let's just say an average, like if I were to go to, okay, my daughter lives like, she's right by the Palisades. She lives not too far. And thank goodness grandma's got a nice, $1 million home out there right by the beach, and she's able to live there. But if I were to live out there, like average, maybe 1 bedroom.
Yeah, that's crazy.
2,600 for
no
1 bedroom.
way. That's crazy. I mean, I wouldn't even move over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason to go over there. Like, it's so damn expensive. So,
and here's the thing with the money situation, though. Y'all are paying all this money in taxes and whatever, and you're getting federal money for a project that should have been built but wasn't. Where's all that money going to? Oh, guess what? That's a sanctuary city. That money.
Hell no.
All that money is going to the illegals to give them free health care, give them housing, give them food. That's where the money is going. All of this.
The other thing is that Newsom can't account for all the money that's missing too right now.
Correct.
What you mean missing money?
There's a lot of missing millions and millions of money that he can't account for.
Yep. And the reason why California has all these wildfires, and it's been proven that the majority of them were all arsonists created, weren't climate change. But when something bad like that happens, then they go to the federal government for monetary assistance. And then what did Biden say? Oh, we're going to cover 100%.
No, I got a video right here.
Okay.
I had it ready because I knew it was gonna get here. So you should be able to see my screen. Okay. I couldn't believe this.
Really complex, and that's what we need to be able to do to help them. One of the things that's really going to help with that is President Biden approved 100% reimbursement for the first 180 days. Right. And so that's going to help pay 100% of these debris removal costs, because we want them to get this debris out as fast as possible, because once we get the debris out, you can start the rebuilding.
Yeah.
Okay. So that pisses me off because here in North Carolina, we had the Hurricane Helene victims. We got our brothers and sisters in Western North Carolina who are still living in tents in this freezing weather. There are still bodies that haven't been recovered. And they even said, "Oh, we're out of money." Doesn't everybody remember that?
Yes.
Ain't no Mandela effect here. They said we are out of money.
Yeah, and the tweet that I got this from, she says, meanwhile, the Helene victims in Western North Carolina are about to be thrown out of hotels into the freezing cold with nowhere to go.
Yes.
Unbelievable. And
Yes.
that's true.
So now you got to think, well, why is California getting preferential treatment over North Carolina? Well, where do all the Democratic donors live? Or the
Yeah.
majority of them?
California.
Yep.
The big money.
Yep.
Yeah. We're the highest.
So
paying state.
yeah. So that's why they just Newsom and I guess the state legislation or whatever. That's why they went ahead and approved just here in the last day or two another $25 million into a fund to basically Trump-proof California. Meaning they're going to use that money to try to protect the illegals that the Trump administration is going to want to throw out. But yet,
Wow.
there's no water for the citizens.
Exactly.
No, that's unacceptable. So I'm sorry, Doreen, that you live in a state like that, because I couldn't live. I wouldn't be able to live in a state like that. I mean, that's why I moved away from New York City. I was like, I'm going to have to go back to Florida. As much as it hurt, you know, money lost or time and energy lost, I had to pick up and I had to leave.
That's why I want to go be your neighbor.
Listen,
I want to go to Florida so bad.
yeah, it's
now let's go ahead and address one more thing on this. The fires themselves and how they started. Okay, so yeah, we have arson, we have that, we have the Santa Ana winds blowing that crap around. But if you look at the videos and the pictures, you can see where, like, you'll have one neighborhood to where everything is gone, but then you have another neighborhood where there's like 2 or 3 houses that survived. Did the fire just completely jump over those houses or whatever? So I just heard this theory. I'll say theory right now because
that's what I say all the time.
we're just getting into this. But the smart meters that are on these houses, how much of a push did the government do to get smart meters on houses? They asked me, oh, we'll come put it in for free for you. No, you're not. I don't want a smart meter. But in California, the regulations, I think most of them, if I'm correct, they want those smart meters on every house.
And what is a smart meter?
That is your electrical meter. That's your meter that, you know, when you go outside to look at your electrical box and you can see it spinning, you know, showing you how much energy you're using.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the meter on your house. So, which can be controlled by the internet.
Oh no, that's bad.
That's bad. Go pull up what I sent you on the last thing about the meters. I think I sent you something. So I think what's happened with a lot of these houses, they burn from the inside out.
Oh, is it the tweet? Is that the screenshot of the tweet? Okay, let me see. You said, okay, tweet from Craig.
Yeah, it was on. Yeah, I sent it to you in the DMs.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, right here. Is it this?
That's one. There's that comment, and then it went with a meme. Yeah, the meters all have a lithium battery inside, and they're connected to the internet, easily programmed for precision location control. And
okay, and the picture. Okay, I got the picture now.
Okay, now that's one picture.
Okay, now I'm gonna go to the next one. Let's see.
Yeah, what's it say at the bottom?
It says, we don't do this for likes and views. We do it for the people so they know the truth. Okay,
so there was one more picture I sent you. But yeah, you can see how that house wasn't affected at all.
Right.
But there was one that I sent you about, showed something about the meters. Okay, it was right before that comment about the lithium batteries.
I have the Donald Trump screenshot, the train the train thing, the
Okay.
tweet, the picture,
I thought I sent it to you.
the SI thing, and then the conditional and unconditional. So that's the only ones that I have.
Oh, maybe it
I'll
didn't go
check
through.
my DMs real quick.
Yeah, I sent you into DM.
All right, let's go to my DMs. Okay.
Oh,
Yep,
I
I
was
got
all, I was all up in your DMs today.
No, yeah, you didn't send me nothing else. That's all I got.
Is it
In my
really?
DMs.
I can't view it because if I leave, I'll get kicked off somehow. But anyway, it actually showed how the smart meters attached to the house could affect the electrical stuff inside your house. So yeah, there's that story out there now too. So whereas in Maui, you had what we believe direct energy weapons, they could have been at play here too, but I don't think it was be as prevalent if they had the ability to burn people's houses down using the smart meters.
Why would they do that?
Why would they knock down the Twin Towers? Why would they start World War II?
Yeah.
Why would they start World War I? Why did they do anything?
But this is Americans though. This is
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. They don't care. They're willing to plunge the whole world into World War III. They don't care.
Yeah,
As long as
that
they-
doesn't sit right.
As long as they have their power and control, they're happy. They could care less about us. That's what we're fighting. That's what we're exposing.
So, okay, so
I know it's mind blowing. I know it's hard. It's hard to comprehend that the level of evil that these people will do is mind blowing to people. They can't understand because we're not built that way.
Right. Yeah, like no.
Right.
No. Yeah, it doesn't sit right. It's not that I can't comprehend it, right? Because I would say like I believe almost everything, and then at the same time I don't believe anything, right? I'm kind of weird like that. But when it comes to something like that, to me, it's just un-American. It's like it's unacceptable. We are America. We are supposed to be free, right? Like that's what we preach, freedom, right? So we're supposed to be free. Why are we not free?
You haven't
Or
walked
why
off.
do I feel like I'm not free?
Because you've been controlled by the deep state system.
Yeah, but we gotta get rid of them, bro.
And that's what we're in the process of doing, Ruby. That's why we've been at war since the least. I mean, longer than Trump's he came on the scene. But it's ramped up since he came on. So when we say we're fighting a war, we're not lying. We're not making this up. And that's why like someone like me gets so frustrated when people just want to say, they just want to parrot the mainstream media. Oh, it's just climate change. Why are you worried about it? Oh, it's just this. It's just you're
minimalizing things because they don't take it as serious as we do.
And they're going along with the program. They're following the Matrix program. And for the ones that don't want to follow the Matrix and follow these people and believe, then we're the ones that are attacked. We are the ones that are blackballed, censored, whatever. We're the ones called crazy. Just like Watchtower calling all the XJWs apostates.
I wanted to bring something up. They keep talking about how they cut the firemen's, the fund for the fire department. And part of that was because they didn't want to take the jab. So a lot of them left.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's so frustrating.
Yeah, they cut so many firefighters. Why would you do that? Why?
Yep.
Why
it
would
doesn't make sense?
Why and take it to a bigger level? Why would a president gut the military?
Exactly.
It's the same. It's on a different level, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Why would they want to defund the police? Let's take it down to that level.
Oh, that was so stupid. It's just stupid.
And why would you get rid of people that are good, just because they didn't want to take the jibby jab?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
now you have unsafe cities.
Yeah, it's done on purpose. It's done
It's
on
the
purpose.
same thing.
Yeah,
that's
but
why that's why they weren't sending those police out when they were raiding the stores and stealing all the stuff. Because at that point they go, why should we? Because they cut us. So why should we even bother going to arrest these little petty, thieves?
And what have we learned about the deep state is they will do anything that they can to gain power and control over the people. And how do they do it? Propaganda and chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And then they try to use the chaos to bring in a solution. And their solution is their little new world order, which we're not playing that game, guys. We're not playing it no more. We're done.
Right. And we need to go a step further and reject this, protest against it, and make sure that it doesn't happen.
Correct.
In my opinion, like we need to destroy them.
The only way that you're going to fix this is to remove every treasonous bastard in government
And agencies.
and the people in the mainstream media. Those people, they need to go. They need to go. And some of us believe some of that's already happened.
Can't wait for Monday.
Monday's going to be interesting. The 19th is going to be interesting. And don't think that, just because Trump gets inaugurated, if it goes through or whatever, don't be surprised if there's more attacks. There's more news breaking information that comes out because it's going to happen. I'm telling you now, it's going to happen.
Well, what else could possibly happen? Like, why can't we just be smooth sailing? Trump gets into office and we can fix what we got.
Yeah, they don't play that way, Ruby.
Yeah.
Oh no, I had to look at the calendar because you said Monday. I was like, what's happening on Monday? Monday's the 20th.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Counting the days, girl.
Ay.
Martin Luther King Day.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Everything's hitting me like a ton of bricks at once. And I hate when this happens is because sometimes I'm not like I said today, I was counting down the days. I said, it's 6 days away. But I didn't even see the number of the calendar today. That's today's the 14th.
You know what's funny? And this is where the digital soldiers and the Anons, when we do decodes and stuff. So I just thought this was kind of funny. I can't remember who put it out. I don't know if it was Trump or Dan Scavino. They put out a tweet or a truth today, and it said, "Save Rudy." That's all it says. Save Rudy.
Save Rudy.
Yeah, save Rudy. Okay.
I think I saw that. Yeah.
Okay, this is kind of how we think about things. Okay. So it's in reference to Rudy Giuliani, of course, because the deep state's after him again and now as well. However, who's playing in the national championship for college football?
Sorry, no clue.
Okay, Notre Dame.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, Rudy was the character from Notre Dame who, he's a walk-on player, the little guy. They didn't expect him to do much, and then he come in and help Notre Dame win their game. Okay, that was a movie. Okay, do you know anything about this, Ruby?
Oh, I
don't
know.
think so.
I saw the movie.
All right, do you know what I'm talking about? All
Every
right.
guy cries to that movie.
Yeah. All right. So what was interesting is the number that the character Rudy was wearing on his jersey. 45.
Wow.
And Trump went to the Notre Dame game this year.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's just
all right. Those are
little,
just.
I mean, it's just little things like that. It's just kind of fun. Okay.
And that's what I love about this is that these little connections that the internet can make or people can make, and they say, "Oh, this connects to this," and we don't really know if it does. Like
Right.
maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it's still cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I was looking through the comments see if there was anything interesting.
Yep, we got Mr. M saying, that they worship Baphomet, that we are surrounded by 200 demons, etc.
I don't disagree with that.
I
Hey,
know.
Ruby, I got a question, Ruby.
Yeah.
Were they making the JWs get it before going in the Kingdom Hall, the jab?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think they were promoting it very heavily.
They were
Yeah,
making
they
them
said to
though?
get it to go back to the meetings because it was still happening on Zoom, but they were saying get it so that you can come in person.
Oh, did they? Okay.
That's what I
Wouldn't surprise me.
Mm.
So the LA fires, I think we've covered everything. The smart meters, the land grab, the fact that the insurance, oh yeah, we didn't touch on that the insurance companies dropped policies, dropped homeowners
Oh
insurance for
yeah.
the people 2 months before all this went down.
Oh yeah, that was a joke.
They did that. It was, one of the names mentioned was State Farm. But then it was kind of funny that they moved the playoff game from LA to Arizona in a stadium that was named State Farm. That's kind of weird.
What?
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know how they name the stadiums?
Yeah.
Yeah. The stadium that they moved the game to, the name in the stadium was State Farm.
Okay. Okay. So is it that they know about it ahead of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They know.
So then how far does the deep state go? Because I thought it was just government. I didn't think it was like
Oh,
just thought like it was the government and politics type of stuff. But
no, it goes into your media. It goes into your school system. It goes into your workplaces. Think about all the DEIs, the corporations. It goes into your local law enforcement, your local tax plate, your local government. It goes all the way down. All the way down.
Yep.
really, I mean, I can't say that I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? Like I kind of do, but I didn't think it went that deep. Like I kind of still trusted local elections, local like school boards.
Some places you can. Other places, no, you can't. Because some places have gotten rid of their deep state actors in their local government. Some counties have done that.
Okay.
So we are defeating, and this is where the whole military civilian alliance comes in, because you got the military and the white hats taking care of the people at the top, and then you have the civilians at the bottom who are kicking the ones out at local levels, state levels. That's the coalition.
Right. Okay. That's a little scary, right? Because I was thinking that this can be quick, swift. Let's get it over with. Like, all right, let's see who we got to vote for, and that's it.
But see, the only way to win this is you got to expose every one of them, and yes, that takes time. I mean, I think the number of sealed indictments that when I first came on the scene, it was like 500,000 unsealed indictments just waiting to go. I think that number has increased. I could be wrong. I think it's increased up to 900,000 now. Sealed indictments.
Wow. Yeah.
So yes, there's a lot of people that have been working against us, the people.
Wow.
And not just in the United States.
Right. I
mean, they just overthrew the duly elected president of Romania. They just did that not too long ago.
Oh, I don't think I know anything about. I mean, I'm so focused on in America that I don't even look out of our borders.
Yeah, I listen to several podcasts. There's one that I listen to daily when I'm getting ready for work, taking my shaving and shower and all that. I listen to that because it's about 25, 30 minutes long. And that's about how long it takes me to get ready. So he goes into a lot of the international things. And it's good to know that, because you can see the playbook that we see being used here in the United States is also being used in other countries. And you can make those connections. That's why the connection of Karen Bass going to Ghana to support a Socialist International member is so important to this whole situation. It's another piece, it's a little piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, like what the heck is she doing over there? Like you're a mayor.
Yeah. But she's a member of the Socialist International.
Hmm.
So she's supporting her other members.
Okay.
And who sent her? Fake Biden.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, I can see this happening. I can see that. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I tell you this all the time. I don't know if I can actually say I believe it, but I can see it. Like there's a possibility.
It's so deep, Ruby. Have
Yeah.
I ever led you astray yet?
No. But you made me think a lot. Like it makes me do research. I Google it.
That's what we're doing. That's the reason why I do what I do. It's exactly why I do what I do.
Right. It makes me look into these things because there's no way in hell an American mayor should be anywhere else in the world except in his district where he should be working. That's just
Especially when you know that there's a danger of fires coming.
and that's the thing. Isn't California used to this? Like shouldn't those things already been in place for that to happen and they just dropped the ball this one time? Like
no, they don't drop. They've been doing this for years. Like Trump said in 2019, they don't clean the forest floors. They don't do controlled burns. I mean, do you think California is the only place in the world that has the amount of trees and everything that they? No, they got it in Sweden. They got it in Norway, but you don't hear wildfires in those countries because they clean their forest. And everybody thought Trump was crazy when he said, you got to clean the forest floor. He's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they always want to make him seem dumb in public.
Like, of course.
He's ignorant or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like when he said coyotes and everybody was making fun of him. And then they actually found out that coyote also meant what he was actually saying. Yeah. And those little things woke me up too, because if I wasn't awake, I would have been one of those people laughing, saying, oh, look at this guy saying coyotes. What is he talking about? And just like that. And I was like, no, thank God. I stood quiet. Like I said earlier, if you don't know much about it, don't say anything. Just educate yourself first and then have an opinion about it.
Exactly.
So then when he said that, Trump woke me up to a lot of those things. I didn't even know that it existed. And that's why Trump made such an impact. Like forever. There's no going back. Once you find out, you can't go back.
People can say what they want about Trump. I really don't care. I see it in the comments. But for me personally, if it wasn't for me listening to what Trump was saying and researching why he said certain things, and if it wasn't for the Q drops and me learning all that information, between those two things, I would not know or be where I'm at in the knowledge I have today.
Right. And you see, that's why I don't demonize, things like Q and stuff like that, because it was just a way that you found things out. Like even if people believe it's a psyop or it's fake or whatever, okay, I get it. But I think with moderation and you can safely go on these platforms or forums or talk to these people and discern for yourself. Like you should be able to trust yourself enough and don't insult your own intelligence. And at least look into it and then form your own opinion about it.
Yep, absolutely.
And you know what? I just told this to Tony. I said, this is exactly what my mom and Jehovah's Witnesses have always done. They demonize and shun you because you're going on unverified or unreliable sources. That could be misinformation. It's because they are scared that you are going to change your mind, that somebody's going to influence you because they think that you're so dumb that you can't make decisions for yourself. You can't think for yourself. And that's exactly how the government treats us, as if we're too stupid and uneducated to make our own decisions about our lives, about our children. So it's like they do it for us. Let me do this for you because I know more than you do. You puny, little, uneducated, low-income family. You don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
And that's an insult to literally every human being's intelligence because I believe we were made in the image of God, and therefore we should at least exercise the brain that was given to us so that we can be able to say no and make your own decisions and have confidence in that and trust yourself. Because if I didn't trust myself, I would have never even spoken to a guy like Jimmy. I would have never spoken to people that believe in other things, because I would have been just like a JW and reject everything and not look into it because like I'm too scared, or like I'm afraid, or that's bad, and like always like demonizing everything. I don't do that anymore.
Yeah, and that's why, and I will say this: the one comment that I got from a lot of XJWs, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it pisses me off. And it's the one that says, "Oh, Jimmy, you left one cult and went to another."
You already know.
But yet you're the one still displaying and portraying the indoctrination mind techniques that the Watchtower used on you before. You're now doing it to me. So am I the one really still in a cult? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
that's-
recently, a while back, my mom my mom's still in it. She's been in it for almost 50 plus years. I was born into it. So, but I left, and she told one of my kids, you know why your mom's life is bad? Is because she left Jehovah. And I'm sitting there like, wow. And then so
Mhm.
my son lives with her right now. And he keeps telling her, Grandma, you need to talk to Mom. You can't be shunning her, and then she goes, oh no, I can't, because she disobeyed Jehovah, and she hurt my feelings, and and I'm like, what? Like, and then she said, no, I'm not going to talk to her because she disobeyed me. And I'm like, how do I disobey you? That's a relationship I have between me and God, not you. So
Right.
yeah, I was like, I couldn't believe it. It was like, so he goes, you know what? She goes, you know what? Jesus forgave everybody. She goes, I can't forgive her. And then he goes, no, remember Jesus was on the cross, and the guy next to him, what did he say? I'm going to pay for his sins. He goes, he forgave him, and he said, I'll see you in paradise later. I'll see you in heaven. So when I heard that, I was like, wow. And I was all good for my son. I was so excited. He said something. He stuck, but yeah, it's like, he goes, Mom, I can't get through to that woman.
Yeah. How long did you say she was in?
50 plus.
Yeah, same with my mom. I joke with everybody and tell them if my mom or if the Watchtower would allow women to be a governing body member, she would sign up.
Yep.
Yep.
And my mom would be a governing body helper.
Yeah.
She would help.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. And my mom was like what Doreen just described, but my mom was more like gaslighting me, saying, you know better. You know better.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
was like, what you mean I know better? So, and it could be literally with anything. You know better than that. I didn't teach you that. And it was like, so I'm just supposed to live my life just on what you've taught me forever? I can't change my opinion or change my mind or adopt something new just because it's not what you taught me. But that's not the human experience. So you don't want me to live my life, basically. So you just want me to go to kingdom for the rest of my life and not do anything? That's not okay. That's not free will.
Once you realize that brainwashing, that mind conditioning, those control mechanisms, once you get out of Watchtower, you can see it everywhere in every institution.
Right.
You can see that indoctrination. They just take it to a bigger level.
Yeah.
We might not get these people over here with Watchtower Jehovah's Witness stuff, but let's go ahead and get them over here with pop music.
Yeah, it could be anything.
Yeah. Or let's get them over here with this social injustice thing that we just created to make everybody fight each other.
Yeah, a distraction once again. I refuse to be distracted. I need to live my life in the present, in the real. Like, you need to live right now. And I don't watch TV, no music, no nothing, like absolutely nothing. And that's how you can at least have a clear mind. Like I used to have running thoughts and I couldn't sleep and anxiety and depression.
Right.
And all of that left once I said, no more. I'm not going to play in this matrix anymore. I don't want to play in it no more. I wanted to get out, and I took that red pill, and I've been choking on them ever since. It just keeps it keeps coming.
You know what? I just had a thought. I need to go out and find a bottle of vitamins or something that's colored red and just have them, like right here beside me, so that when we have a moment, I'll be like, "Here, Ruby,"
right,
and throw a red pill at you.
Yeah, that would be a good one. And just really quickly, I do want to address Mr. M and Shannon because they've been in the chat.
I'm gonna share a screen.
Oh, hi, Gigi.
And hey, you know what? I'm just gonna show you. Jesse and I are live on our channel, and I just hit share screen, and I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Hello.
And you know what our topic is?
What?
That Donald Trump's External Revenue Service.
Yeah, I saw that today.
Is proof that Democrats are in a cult, and we're being very nice about it. We're being very nice. We're not trying to. We're just saying that you and I, having been cult survivors, and never forget this. King Solomon was right. There's nothing new under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same playbook everyone's using. They just change the names here and there. But it's so when we think about this External Revenue Service, how could you be upset? How? Because your handlers told you to be upset.
Yep.
Yeah. We're going to get into that. We haven't touched on that yet, but we're going to get into it.
Because that's everyone's favorite subject, money.
Yeah. And I've said a couple of times on my Facebook post when I was allowed to be on there and in some of my videos, don't be surprised if you see the IRS being abolished and income taxes going away.
Oh, yeah. We got to talk about that because my mind was blown.
We'll talk soon.
Bye, Gigi.
Hey, Gigi.
First of all, why are they streaming on the same night as me? Like, hello, Gigi.
I don't. Oh yeah, for real. I think he just lost some votes for GB.
No, I just wanted to bother him. I'm bothering him. Okay,
but you were saying about Mr. M and Sharon. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, because I love Mr. M. All right. And Shannon was in the chat earlier, and I couldn't really address it because it wasn't relevant to the topic. But really quickly, Shannon was mentioning that Trump is in the same in that club, like Messianic, Freemasonry. I mean, we've covered that before, so I'm not gonna go over that again. But Mr. M also makes and both of them made the comment about the COVID, the shots, the he said like MK Ultra. People forget that he did Operation Warp Speed. Which
I'm gonna go tell you right now, you don't know what Operation Warp Speed really was. So go ahead.
Okay, no, but I was going there because first we already talked about that. How I was under the impression of like I disagreed with what Trump did, and I was very vocal about that. Like I remember we're not in a cult anymore. So when I disagreed with him, I said that I did. I'm not following Trump just because I'm a fan. Okay,
same here.
Yeah.
So when he did that, I did disagree with it, and even during that time, I was trying to tell my family not to do it. I didn't care who was the president. I didn't care about the mandate. I don't care about nothing. My body, my choice, right? So if you really mean that, you would have done that in 2020. And if you didn't, then you're a sellout. Sorry, not sorry. Okay.
Right. 100%.
So we already discussed that. And then Jimmy's position was that the Operation Warp Speed, in a nutshell, was to save more people than the deep state intended to kill, because that was the depopulation theory idea. So Trump went ahead and had to do something because he was damned if he didn't and damned if he did. So it was like his hands were tied in this situation.
But there's so much more to that, and we're not going to get into that tonight because we've gone at it ad nauseum. If you want the information that we have, send me a message. We'll talk about it. But that whole thing, I'm gonna go ahead and say right now publicly, the public will learn the truth about what Operation Warp Speed really was. They will know the truth of that.
Right. So when we have an episode about that because we still haven't done that. And I have a lot of things saved for the whole COVID conversation. I'm still on probation. Okay, Mr. M?
Yeah.
So please tell Shannon that I cannot discuss that right now. Okay. I am on probation on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I know, I got a strike already. So when we can do that, I will be more than happy to have Mr. M and Shannon come back to the chat. But right now we're not discussing that. I'm sorry. Okay, so Gigi came and he mentioned about the IRS that he said?
Yeah.
External revenue something,
The external,
right?
yeah, Trump put it out on the Truth Tonight that there's going to be external revenue service.
I think I got it here because
That's
first
so
of all,
awesome. That's so
okay,
awesome.
wait. We gotta rewind. I'm sorry. Because last Tuesday, I said to you, did you know that paying income taxes was voluntary?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
What? Like, I didn't know that. What do you
Yeah.
mean is voluntary?
Yeah, yeah, it's voluntary. The IRS has admitted that, and I think it's somewhere in the language that it's go to that one last thing I DM'd you that Trump put out, a scenario.
Okay, I have that, but I wanted to show this video because this is where I found out was this lady right here. Did you see this?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play this because this is still
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Wait, wasn't this a while ago?
That our U.S. tax system is a voluntary tax system, and we depend on people willing every year to sit down, fill out that form, and pay their appropriate amount of taxes. So I really think enforcement is a reward to those who voluntarily comply. And I think if the public does not see that the IRS is enforcing the laws, we're going to be at risk of losing people continuing to voluntarily comply.
Yep. And that's why they use their force to get people to comply. That's why if people didn't pay their taxes, they have it in their own little, remember, we're not on the original Constitution. So they make up their own rules as they go along. So they're going to deem it. It's just kind of like with the Obamacare. If you didn't have major medical insurance, you were penalized.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Okay. So if it's voluntary, then why are we paying taxes on our income? Like,
because everybody's scared they're going to go to jail.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the simple answer.
But what if we all didn't do it?
If we all didn't pay our our income tax, we would overwhelm the system. They can't arrest all of us.
Right. So in my crazy mind, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a great thing.
Okay. I didn't want to seem too crazy because I was like, what if we just all stop doing it?
If everybody just stopped paying their income tax, the government, the deep state would lose their shit. Straight up.
Good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think we should. And there's people out there that have stopped paying their taxes, and the IRS will send them information, blah blah letters. They ignore them, throw them away. And there's people out there that have never been taken to jail. But then if you have somebody like Martha Stewart or Wesley Snipes, a big name, get busted for taxes or money laundering or whatever, that has more of effect on the public. Oh, did y'all hear Wesley Snipes got arrested and put in jail because he didn't pay his taxes? Oh my God, we need to pay our taxes.
My baby daddy hasn't paid them in years.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So it's all a way to force people to do what they want you to do. That's all it is. So that's why Trump has said that abolishing the IRS, getting rid of income taxes is the right way to go, because we can fund the government on a flat sales tax on new items, and we can fund the government on tariffs like we were doing 125 years ago.
Right.
Okay, you guys know why it started? It was back in 1862, President Lincoln, signed it into law because to help pay for the Civil War.
Yeah, but that
Okay.
that was for the war effort back then. But the real problem was the Federal Reserve and the Progressive Income Tax Act of 1914.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it really started, because they were saying back then that this new tax would only be on, the higher earners at that time. But then it's slow. That's why they called it a progressive income tax, because it started out with these guys, but it progressively led to everybody.
Okay. So it would make it easy to take it off, right?
Yeah, get rid of it.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
So
We need to get rid of it. It's not constitutional. Because
I
the reason
see.
why it's not constitutional, Ruby, is because anything after 1871 falls under the corporation constitution, not the original republic constitution.
Okay, and we watched that little clip documentary last Tuesday.
Right.
If anybody wants to watch that again, it was last week's episode. So, okay, so Trump is this tweet says, today Trump revealed his plan to get rid of the IRS by creating an external revenue service. Trump is planning to delete the IRS and, in tandem with Doge, whatever, dramatically cutting government spending, get rid of income tax altogether. Libertarians should be jumping for joy. And this is what Trump said. He says, for far too long, we have relied on taxing our great people using the IRS. Through soft and pathetically weak trade agreements, the American economy has delivered growth and prosperity to the world while taxing ourselves. It is time for that to change. I am today announcing that I will create the external revenue service to collect our tariffs, duties, and all revenue that comes from foreign sources. We will begin charging those that make money off of us with trade, and they will start paying, finally, their fair share. January 20th, 2025 will be the birth date of the External Revenue Service. Make America great again.
Yeah. What is wrong with that?
Wow, that sounds so like...
And for anybody out there, because I know there's got to be somebody out there that wants to defend, oh, well, we need the IRS to have our taxes to pay for roads and pay. How the hell did we have roads before the income tax? Oh, we need to do this and this.
Right.
Okay. All right. I see. I hear you. But can you tell me how many millions and billions of dollars are flowing out of the United States to support other countries?
Right. Yeah.
Why?
And why do we need the government to do that for us? Why can't we just do it our own communities?
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Our own schools. Yeah, like just fund yourself. Like, okay, for example, like how an organization like Watchtower, they are only alive because of donations. You can get rid of them if you just stop giving your money to an organization that abuses people. I would do the same thing if it was the government. Stop giving your money and do it yourself if you can.
Well, in Watchtowers, to brush back just a little bit on that, Watchtowers getting money from their tax breaks there as a 501, whatever it is. They're getting and they're getting money from they're getting money from deep state players.
That you see right there, that's another connection, which I was like, no, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't be part of things that take money.
Yeah, so yeah, they're getting money from there too. But so for anybody that wants to say, oh well, we need the income tax, we need it. Oh, people should get locked up if they're not paying their income tax. Tell me how much of that money going out of the United States into other countries and to fund other governments? How much good would that money do here in the United States?
Exactly. And you see what Constance says, 501
C3.
Yeah, C3. You see, when I was going to this parish, this Orthodox church, I somebody said that. Somebody said, like, we don't have that here. So everything that you see here, we buy ourselves. We bring the food for coffee hour. We bring everything and we fund everything ourselves. And when I heard that, I was like, That's a green flag. Okay.
Mhm.
We talk about red flags, but that was a green flag because I was like, awesome. I like that. I rather pay, like they call it tithings. I rather do that and fund my own parish, my own community, my own
Mhm.
everything, that rather than having the government, like the 501 thing, and the organization or the church always asking for money. No.
Yeah.
No. I don't like that.
That's why I don't follow a lot of people, or I question, there are some legit people out there, but for the majority of some of the YouTubers, they're out to do it. They're out for it for the money.
And that's what you said last Tuesday too. And I totally agree with it. It's like they're making a living out of it. You see, this for me is fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
enjoyed it.
here to be making money or anything like that.
Right, right. And so if you look at now let's just look at the patterns in the playbooks. Okay, so Watchtower figured out how the government was manipulating people and making money. Okay, so the Watchtower put that in to their little cult followers. Okay, so maybe somebody does leave Watchtower, but maybe let's just say they're a narcissistic asshole and they just want to make money off of other people. It's the same. They'll do the same thing Watchtower does. They'll do the same thing the government does.
Right. And then
Sorry.
you see, that's why Trump was talking about the Greenland and the Canada situation, because, and I want to show this clip.
Yeah, we forgot about that one. We ain't talked about that yet.
Because we forgot. I mean, we didn't forget. I ended it early, and I said we have to continue this conversation because you see what Trump said here about Canada, and this is what I agree, and this is why I disagree with basically funding a whole other country that's not America. Okay, because that's basically what it is. All right, so I'm gonna play this clip.
If we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't
suggest.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you're considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope. No right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion still. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country 200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function. Yep. If we take their 20% of our car market, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We get a lot of milk. We get a lot of everything. And we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors, but we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either.
Okay, so you see, this is why I like Trump, is because every single time somebody asks him a question,
Mhm.
he educates you right there in
Oh
less
yeah.
than 3 minutes. Because I didn't even know half of all of the things that he was saying that we do for Canada. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And
I
so
was
that
shocked.
200 billion, and then what about all the other countries we're sending money to?
Yeah.
You know,
No,
why
that gets
did
me upset.
why did 8 Ukrainian generals have houses in Southern California?
Exactly. No. Again, it's unacceptable. Like,
Yeah,
why are we accepting this? I don't get it.
because
First of all,
because
I mean, okay, go ahead.
just because people need to wake up, and that's why we do what we do. Because once you wake up from this stuff and realize this stuff is going on, if you're a good-hearted person with some
Mhm.
common sense, you know that something is not right.
Okay, you see, that's where I'm at. I'm at the confused part because I'm like, how did we
It's okay.
even allow this to happen in the first place? Like, what? And then question, because why are we basically protecting Canada? Like, why? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, just you think about who's been in charge. Okay, the deep state's been in charge for all this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want to control Canada too. So the money going in there is money laundering. It's to make Justin Trudeau's pockets fatter.
Okay.
So basically you could say Canada under Trudeau and many other prime ministers, they've been red hats.
Okay, now that's making a little bit more sense because when this whole conversation happened about the making them a state or whatever, first of all, it got me upset. Like I told you, the being an American is not for sale. Like just because we bought you or you entered us or whatever, no, you're not American. Sorry. And that's exactly how I feel about Puerto Rico. Like, oh, so you're gonna talk about Canada, but you're not gonna talk about Puerto Rico? I mean, for how many years people been talking about making Puerto Rico a state, and that never happened? Why didn't that happen?
Yeah. What people you need to understand how Trump works. Okay. He's a businessman, right?
I was gonna say.
Okay. So when you're a business person and you're wanting to make a deal, for example, for me, I sell insurance, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a cancer policy. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the best cancer policy I have.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't take the best cancer policy, but you take the next level down or the next level down below that, I'm still happy because I made a sale.
Okay.
Trump operates this way. He'll throw something out there. He'll be like, yeah, let's buy Greenland and let's make Canada the 51st state. He puts that stuff out there to see how people will react.
Okay, right. I agree.
All right. So the first instinct is for when he came out and called everything fake news, everybody thought he was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody now knows that the news is fake.
Yep.
Right.
All right. So he puts this stuff out there so that if he doesn't get what he said he was going to do, but he gets what he really wanted, which was, quote, a sale, then he's happy. Because if you buy Greenland, then what you're buying is cooperation to make trades with them for the minerals that they have, which China's been trying to take. If China gets in there, China takes those minerals, then they sell it back to us at an exorbitant rate. Why don't we just have that? And what a lot of people don't look at the top of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've got a lot of countries vying for that Arctic region.
Right.
China and Russia are right there. So for the United States to have control over Greenland would be in the military interest, the strategic national security interest of the United States, because it would keep those trade routes open. That's the same reason why he wants the Panama Canal. Because if China got their way and they were in a tariff war or whatever, they're just going to shut down the Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we need it back, because it was ours in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay. So along those same lines, right? Looking through X, I found out new information that Canada a long time ago was given the opportunity to join.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they would reject the crown. And
correct.
With them because we won the war.
Yeah. This was written up in the Articles of Confederation.
There you go. And I was like, what? So they said no back then.
Yeah.
And now what? 200 and something years later, they might become us? Like, no.
Yeah, because you got to think, Canada has been controlled by the crown.
Yes.
Just like Australia and just like New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of us. The crown's dead. They're done for. Okay. So Canada, they really don't have that influence anymore like they've had over the past 200 years. And like with Greenland is owned by Denmark, and Denmark is a part of the EU. Greenland isn't technically a EU member, but because Denmark owns them, the EU narratives and policies are forced onto Greenland.
Okay.
That's why they said they want to be independent from Denmark, and they're willing to talk to Trump.
Okay, yeah. So they want Trump to liberate them.
So there's more to this. There's so much more to this. And it would be easier to protect the heart of the United States if we had the Canadian waters, we had the waters, and we had control over those trade routes and everything.
Okay.
People don't think about that stuff.
Right. But ever since Trump said it, now we're talking about it. You see what I'm saying? I would have never known half of these things if he never would have never even mentioned it. Like, it was not even an idea. But then that's what kind of got me upset about Puerto Rico, because I have heard people like petitioning or talking about Puerto Rico becoming a part of the United States, and it just never happened. Now I'm Puerto Rican, so that was kind of like exciting. Like, oh, Puerto Rico gets to be a state and they can vote. Like their vote would actually matter, and they can, be involved with the rest of us. Like I don't know. It felt weird that they're considered American, but they don't have a vote.
I think it's because there's some type of when something like that, an acquisition like that happens, there's tons of documents written up, an agreement. I guess you could say a sales agreement or whatever. They could have, and I'm speculating. But I'm kind of doing this with Greenland as far as this is concerned. But let's say, Trump makes a deal with Greenland and says, you know what, we're going to trade you, we're going to get your minerals. We're going to trade with that. We're going to offer you protection from the United States. You give us a fair rate, but you don't get to vote because you're not going to be a state, but we're going to basically treat you like one. Okay.
Yeah, no, not okay. You see that right there. They didn't. Is it true to say that they don't want Puerto Rico to become it was because they don't want that seat for Puerto Rico in Congress or like in the Senate?
That's an interesting question.
I think it has something to do with maybe some stuff we don't know about, like what was the agreement that they had in the beginning.
Okay, so those two things I need to look into, because I was under the impression, without any, like, I didn't look it up or anything, but I was under the impression that that's why they don't want Puerto Rico to come in. Like just an opinion. They don't want Puerto Rico to become a state because that would add more seats, and then they would have to divide the island the way they do in the States, and I think it's called
gerrymandering.
Yeah. Okay. So they would have to do all of that, and then they would have a say, they would have a seat, and they would have a vote, and that's why they didn't want them to come in.
It's possible. because that means that's
Maybe.
more work that the deep state would have to try to cover and control and all that. Maybe they didn't want to go that route. So So it's plausible.
But that's just an excuse because they did that
Yeah.
with Hawaii and Alaska. So why
Right.
can't we do that with Puerto Rico? And then now when you're talking about Canada and Greenland and the whole routes and everything, you see there's a lot of resources that we could take advantage of. And that's where Trump is coming from. He wants to take advantage of those things. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's how I see it. Whereas Puerto Rico has nothing to offer. So we don't want to bring them in. But everybody else can come in, but just not Puerto Rico. And you see, these are the types of ideas and conversations that other people would say, oh, that's because he's racist, or United States of America is racist because they don't want to bring in Puerto Rico, but they're going to bring in Canada, and Canada are white, or Greenland is white, or whatever.
Right.
I could see that position, but in reality, I think it's because Puerto Rico has nothing to offer us. So America is not going to go out of their way to bring them in.
When it comes to Trump on deals and stuff like that, the dude is not a racist. He's not a racist. He's a business person, and he's doing what he feels would be in the best interest of the United States.
Everything is business. Nothing is personal. That's why people have to stop getting offended. Everything is business.
Yeah, it's all business. I said back in 2012 during that election when I started just getting into politics, I'm like, man, we really need a business person running this country. We don't need a career politician or some whippersnapper coming on the scene out of nowhere thinking he's the second thing of the Christ. We don't need that. We needed a business person running this country.
But you see how, I see Jackie Jackson, some other comments saying that America is a corporation, right? We've talked about the 1871 stuff.
Right.
That's why we needed a guy like Trump, because he's a businessman, and if America is a corporation, he can handle it through a business lens, which is why he's so good for the job. I agree with that to a certain extent. Yeah,
but see, even under the Republic would need to thrive monetarily.
Mm-hmm.
And we would need to thrive monetarily. So to have a businessman running the Republic, it's still the best option.
Right. And since he's already been in office, I can trust him a little bit more than I would with these career politicians who are in the swamp and stuff like that, because I could already see that they are, in my opinion, traitors. They don't even care about their own people, districts or cities or whatever, just like we talked about with California. That, in my opinion, is a traitor. That's how, when Trump said that Gavin should resign. And I think he should, because who's going to take the blame for that? And you guys are the leaders. It should be you taking accountability for this that happened. People died, a whole neighborhood is wiped off the map because you guys didn't do anything. You didn't do your job.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna this year's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be crazy as crap.
I need 2025 to be the year of accountability.
And we're headed that way.
America.
I'm telling you, we're headed that way.
From us. And you see how Colty says Trump will do as he's told to do, just like the rest. The world is a stage and they're all actors. So I agree with half of that sentence. Yes, it is a stage, and yes, they might be actors, but I don't think Trump is going to do what he's told. He's shown us that he didn't, and that's why he was hated.
You know why he's not doing what he was told? Mm-hmm. You want to know why?
Why?
Because we have the Russia hoax. We have the P tapes. We have the impeachment number 1. We have impeachment number 2. We have January 6th. We have an assassination attempt. Oh, we have another assassination attempt. Oh, he got banned from Facebook. He got banned from Twitter. Mm-hmm. How the fuck can you say that he's doing what he's been told?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't.
Sorry.
I can't. Yeah, no, that statement is unacceptable, because if he really did, he would have been playing the line just like every other swamp, rhino, dino, and Trump is not of that cloth. Like, absolutely.
I just I get passionate about that one.
Oh, sorry, Doreen. What did you say?
I said I like my criminal president.
Yeah, like no, and there's been way too much to to kind of present to the contrary that he would just do what he's told. I mean, he doesn't even give that aura when he talks to people in the street or at the news, or you know what I'm saying? Like he looks like a real leader. He's an alpha male, in my opinion.
I
Like
mean,
nobody could tell Trump what to do.
when he talked to North Korea, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, if folks haven't gone and seen his first year, the 2017, and his world tour that he went on, and how many countries capitulated to Trump, if you haven't seen that, you need to watch it, because it should change your view. Because why was he the only person to hold the sword in Saudi Arabia when only the king holds it? Why was he able to walk in front of Queen Elizabeth? Why at the sumo thing in Japan was he given an honor that only the highest sumos get? There was some things, I mean, there was some things that happened that first year that were historic. But you know why most people didn't know about it?
It wasn't on the news.
It was Russia, and the impeachment.
Yeah. You know what I want to know? I want to know what the conversation was at Carter's funeral.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but I
wish I was a fly in the wall. Oh man.
Yeah, I told my wife my theory. Okay, this will be my theory. For those that know me, know that I believe that certain people are not with us anymore. And
you always say that, and it makes me giggle because I'm like, oh man. Okay, go ahead.
And I think Obama is one of them. So who knows who Trump was really talking to at that funeral? I'll just say that.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, I don't know. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The documentary that you mentioned, we actually did a watch party for it. So if anybody wants to see that, go to the live section, and it's under the episode "The Greatest Show on Earth," and that was the watch party.
Yeah. That was the capitulation tour, wasn't it?
That was part 1, and then there is a part 2, and I haven't gotten to it. I didn't watch it or anything yet, but if I might do that as another watch party, so we'll watch it together and then we can discuss afterward. But that was that.
There's so much more that I could talk about. There's so much more I could talk about.
I gotta head out. I gotta head out. But
it was a pleasure having you on. Thank you for being with us.
You guys are so sweet.
Come back anytime.
All right. You guys have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Thank you for your input.
Have a good night. Oh, that was awesome. Okay, so really quickly before we go further, the Sky says, can someone explain 15-minute cities to me? So I don't know, Jimmy, if you wanted to tackle that real quick.
Let me go ahead and answer this one thing. Where was it? You think Hillary's Yeah, totally. I think Hillary's replaced. Yeah.
Who said that?
Elaine Brain Drain asked me if you think.
Elaine, yeah, you think Hillary is replaced? Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Jimmy, go through the funeral and tell us who was replaced. Let's see. Obama, Hillary, definitely. I don't know about Bush. I haven't heard anything on Bush yet.
Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, Joe Biden, of course. Pence. Pence was there. Pence has been replaced.
Putin.
Do what?
Putin.
Putin's been replaced. Yeah. Yeah. I know that makes me sound crazy, but I'm only saying this stuff because of all the freaking research I've done and things that I've seen and things I've looked into. That's why I say it. So anyway.
What about Trump? I think you said that he has a double, most definitely.
Oh yeah, there's several Trumps too. Yeah.
But I think Trump is the real one is alive. I do think that.
I do think that.
Okay. So before, I mean, there's more questions, but the sky was first. So explain 15-minute cities.
All right. So 15 minutes, that's basically kind of like in China, where they have a certain amount of land blocked off and they got it in sections. Think of Hunger Games, District 1, District 2, District 3. And these 15-minute cities, they basically have everything that you need. Food, you know, there's probably some work in that city. Everything you need is right there. And for you to travel outside of that city, you would need permission. You would need permission to enter into that city. If they wanted to put in their social credit scores, if you do something bad in the city, then they take that off your social credit. And that means that limits what you can buy, what you can do, different things like that. Basically, 15-minute cities are a modern day ghetto.
And I do think it was also proposed in Dubai, because I saw that video of Dubai wanting to make a city in the middle of the desert. And that was like a really big project. Okay. So the sky, if you just Google that, it'll pop right up and you'll see exactly what they want to do. And they want that everywhere. And
it's all about control.
Yes. And if you have seen the movie, I think it's called Red Circle with Emma Watson. That is kind of like 15-minute cities, because in her job, she had a card and everything was digital. She worked like at Google or something like that. It was like a tech company. Everything was watched, cameras everywhere. Everything she did quite literally everything was being tracked. And that's what the movie is about. That's exactly what a 15-minute city would do. They track your movement, what you buy, what you eat, where you live, and literally everything. You're just data. You're not even a human anymore. And you don't see the outside. You're not touching real grass. You're not seeing the real sun. Nothing. It's like living in an ant and like a bee hive or something. Like, they take out those slides. That's what you would be like. You wouldn't own anything. You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Gigi says, no, in my opinion, 15-minute cities is the great city of Babylon 2.0. I mean, maybe. The sky says, sound like a New World Order. I think that's also.
Oh, yeah, it totally is.
Yeah, New World Order.
Yeah, it totally is.
Right. And you see, once again, we have to reject this, especially in America. We have to reject this modernism. We need to go back to traditional values. And this is why I'm such a Christian conservative nationalist slash like tradition. That's why I love orthodoxy. I love American values. I love all of it because it protects that. You're not going to get that anywhere else.
Yeah. Cover my kitties over here. I had to cover her up. It's cold out here.
Yeah.
I got a little chair over here. My kitty cat sits with me.
Yeah, we saw her little ears earlier. I saw it.
What else we got in the comments?
Gigi says, what do you think Babylon was? It was the old world order. It is the same thing, just a new name. Okay, right.
I can agree with that. Because basically Babylon, you got your Tower of Babel, everybody there just to, try to go against God. They wanted that control, kept everybody there. So when everything was dispersed out, they didn't like that because they didn't have the control. So same thing with 15-minute cities. They want everybody. There was a push to get people into the cities anyway over the last 30, 40 years. They didn't want people out here in the country growing their own food, being self-sustainable, not relying on that city government. They wanted to be the ones in control. So the 15-minute cities is all about deep state control. And just like with climate change, all climate change is another word for weather manipulation. That's what they're doing, but they'll say it's climate change.
Right.
Period.
That's why I don't believe that. My
So
goodness.
wording matters. That's you really got to you got to listen to what these people are saying, because they'll tell you what they're doing. You just got to be able to listen and figure out these key trigger words that they use.
And if you, oh, Jimmy, I saw the movie They Live. I don't know if you was there for that live that I did. We did
I
like
don't
a
think
little movie review.
Yeah, I don't think I missed that one for some reason. I can't
Okay,
remember.
so you've seen that movie, right? That's from
I've
your
seen
time
bits and
period.
I saw bits and pieces of it. I haven't seen the whole thing.
Okay, you gotta see it because that's a 1988 movie, and
Yeah.
I assume that everybody saw it because I'm too young for it. But that was such a great movie, and I played the clips about the aliens that was living in the world. And if you remember in that movie, as soon as the signal went off on all the televisions, and you talk about televisions and propaganda, they got to see the alien in their true form, and they got to hear what they were actually saying without the veil of masking what they were saying.
Yeah.
And as soon as people were listening to what they were actually saying on the TV, people started laughing, like out loud, quite literally laughing, like, oh my God, this guy is on TV saying that. And they were laughing. And it was because they were telling the truth on the TVs.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you can break, that's why we have been trying. I know I've been trying. It's coming up on 5 years now to get people to stop watching the mainstream media fake news. Quit getting your information from them, because you're still subjecting yourself to their MK Ultra mind control propaganda bull crap. And that's why personally, I can't watch a lot of XJW content, especially the ones that are just replaying Watchtower meetings and assembly parts and all that, because I'm still getting that. I would still be getting that propaganda from Watchtower into my subconscious.
Yep.
So I don't want that there.
Right.
So when you do wash that stuff away, now when I look at the media, I can pick out a lie like that. Like that. That's why when something happens in the news, I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Question from Debbie Smith. Is Trump for New World Order or no?
No. From what I see, no.
It's hard for me when it comes to this. Like I told you before, the purchasing of that. I understand the resources, but then when you see the other side, other like perception of what Trump is trying to do, they kind of take it as a signal as the NWO, and I understand where they're coming from.
I understand where they're coming from, but what they got to understand is, it's just a purchase. For example, didn't the United States buy Florida from Spain? Didn't the United States have the Louisiana Purchase that we got from France?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Didn't the United States buy Alaska from Russia?
Yes. So
this is nothing new.
Right there. Okay. Well, hold on, pause, because you guys know, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm homeschooling my 3 kids, right? So in our homeschooling lesson, we were learning about manifest destiny and how that, I forgot the president's name, but he believed that, we should get all the West, and they needed a reason to do that, right? I guess that would be today's version of a false flag, of creating something so that they can go to war and gain as much land as possible. And then they considered it like, oh, this was God, this was our destiny, or whatever, right? Okay. So we were learning that through homeschooling. And that was the first time that I ever heard that. I was like, really? I don't remember this when I was going to school. So that's when I woke up a little bit about that as well, because you mentioned the purchases, which I do agree that's legal. Like that's an agreement. You bought it, money, transaction, that's okay. But then you have cases like it was called the Alamo, that little war that, it wasn't little, but it was a war, and then they gained New Mexico and Texas and all that stuff, right?
Right.
So that's where, for me, I question everything, because I
Mhm.
was like, are we really buying this, or are we taking it? Like how America conquers and takes things and just kills the natives and just takes it. I
Well,
mean,
for example, the ones that I did mention,
right.
Florida, Louisiana, Alaska, those were legit purchases.
What about
There,
Hawaii? Do you know by any chance?
we screwed Hawaii over. We overtook Hawaii.
Okay.
Hawaii wasn't acquired the right way.
Okay, so you see, like Jimmy has always said on previous streams, we do have a dark history, just like any other country would. So I think it's like we need to do it the right way now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's just the only thing. So I'm like treading carefully when it comes to Canada and Greenland, and I understand all of what you've mentioned earlier, but then it also makes me think like, no, they should be their own country. Like, make your country great. Like, leave America alone. I want to close all of our borders, and I'm kind of like in
And the thing
isolation.
is it may end up, like I said, Trump just throws everything out there. Maybe they will be their own independent countries, but with a contract with America.
Okay, but I don't want them to be American. That was my point the other time.
That's fine.
That was my thing. I was like, no.
And like I said, I don't know what the agreement was on the whole thing of Puerto Rico. I don't know the history of how that all came about, but maybe there was something in the verbiage and the language that they had a deal and this was what they were going to do.
Okay, I'll look into that in the future. So the next thing was about handlers. Now, I have a couple of clips that I want to show.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna lie, it is very scary. This scared me. This was the same type of fear that I had when I found out about the human trafficking.
Oh, yeah.
And the shipping containers and all of that. That really threw me off the edge. Like, for 4 days, I was depressed. Then I come across these videos about these people, and I don't know what are they they're interns. That's what I think they're interns or staffers, and these videos are so crazy. I'm gonna play the first one.
Some fiction spy thriller, but it actually happened, and it happened in our own government. Congressional oversight is a constitutional demand. We dedicate our careers to it. I have, at least. And during the course of my service, I've ran countless investigations. In the past few years, I've never seen so much effort from the FBI, partisan media, and some of my Democrat colleagues.
So this is just creepy because it says creepy man behind senator blinking only with one eye and standing still for more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Did you see this?
I did see that.
And this clip is only 3 minutes, and look at that guy's face. Like, what the?
Yeah, that was creepy as crap. I'm plugging my phone in.
Oh, okay. What is that? Now look at this clip.
Page 55 from the interview with FBI employee Roya Demlow, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17th, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real.
And I've seen that video before.
Yeah.
Of the 2024 woman, that she's saying word for word everything in the speech, even the slip up, like even the mistake, she said it.
Isn't that crazy?
And I was like, why would she say the mistake? Like, okay, I understand if you memorize the speech, or maybe she's the one who wrote it. Like, I was looking at the comments and people were saying, oh, this is actually a real woman, she's so nice, or that she has autism or something and that's why she looks like that. And I'm like, I don't think so. That's a little too weird for me.
Yeah, what does your intuition say?
That is a freaking lizard or an alien. And I'm not even, and I mean, I've read about those theories, I never like believed in it, or I always tell Jimmy, not 100% believe it, but I'm noticing things that
Noticing
don't make
things I should be
sense.
noticing.
I'm noticing things like, look at this.
Quanto a isso, nenhuma. E a Polícia Federal, que o senhor mencionou, naquele momento
Why
não
is he
era
moving
dirigido
like
por
that?
mim. E se essa prova existisse, a polícia.
So you see the way he's moving,
Yeah.
the person is talking, and it's like he is talking at the same time, or with him, or to him. Like, I don't know what the heck he's doing.
You know how everybody points to the Simpsons and say, "Oh, they predicted this," or they said,
Yeah.
"Okay." Have you seen the one where Homer pulls off the mask and it's the aliens? He pulls off the masks of the politicians and they're aliens. Have you seen that one?
I think so. I think.
Hey, for those that might be new to the channel that came over from my side, I told you, we talk about a lot of different stuff on this channel.
Because it bothers me, and Jim is the only guy who I could really talk to about this without him saying, "No, you're freaking crazy."
But
Like,
I will have to say, you kind of threw me when you said handlers, and then you showed that stuff, which that's true. I thought you were going to go the route of the handlers that take care of not only politicians but also Hollywood stars.
I'm going there, yes, because
Okay.
this is what I was going to start off with. Like, have you seen these clips? Like, guys,
Yeah.
This is a wake-up call about that. That's scary. There was another clip that I think I had here. And this is I think it was from a movie. Oh yes, right here. Oh, this is so scary. Okay, in the movie The Witches. I'm gonna have to see this because I have not seen it.
Oh, I think I know what you're getting ready to show.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I saw that this week.
Oh my God. Let me read it. It says, in the movie The Witches, there's a scene where the witches all remove their masks, revealing the creatures under. So that right there gave me the same vibes as the movie They Live. So I'm going to have to watch this because I was like, this is not just like an isolated movie or idea or script or whatever. It's like it keeps happening. And then now that I'm awake with this kind of stuff, I'm like, oh my God, because masks do exist. Like we've seen that. That's not a conspiracy theory.
I put one up just here recently in the last day or two on my X page. I don't know if you can scroll. I don't know if you can scroll through it real quick. The profile.
Okay.
It should be one. It shouldn't be that big of a scroll.
Okay. All
Hey,
right, everybody, we're gonna go to my feed. All right, let's see, Jimmy.
I hope people have enjoyed tonight.
Yeah, I saw a couple of comments saying that this was a good podcast, good things to talk about. Okay, do you see what I'm seeing? Okay, yeah, you do.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Go a little faster. Y'all are seeing my feed on X.
Yep. Okay.
No, that was the Hitler one.
Yeah, I got a lot of Hitler stuff.
There we go. There it is.
Oh my God.
For over 25 years. We liked the idea of stunt double masks. They're quick on, they're quick off. They dramatically change your appearance.
Oh my God.
And we started using them and found them to be valuable to our operations. So we went back to our disguise labs out at Langley, and we invented a whole new genre of masks. Masks that are so good, that are so realistic, that you can actually get up close and have a personal contact with someone for an extended period of time. I said the stunt double mask came off quickly.
OMG.
So did our new masks. On and off like a hat. Those masks were the beginning of a whole new generation of work that we did at the CIA. Once we could make these masks that fit you so well, then we discovered we could make a twin. We could make another you. There could be two of you. We could actually make 5 or 6 of you.
So, for anyone that wants to call me crazy that there aren't people wearing masks, they've been doing it for years.
I know. No. Okay, you see, that's acceptable on a movie set. You know, like Hollywood makeup artists, and they
Who
put up
controls
with
Hollywood?
what?
Who controls Hollywood?
The Jews.
Well, yeah. I wasn't going there. Jesus, Ruby, that was hilarious. The deep state.
Yes. Oh, so great.
That was hilarious.
Oh no. I hope that. Oh man, sorry guys.
But you're not wrong. But the deep
Oh
state.
my god,
The deep state
no.
runs Hollywood. Remember, they gotta fulfill karmic retribution. They have to be able to tell us what they're doing without telling us. Hidden in plain sight. That's why that's why I can't watch movies anymore, because I keep seeing crap like this.
I only watch movies for educational purposes. And when I feel sick or like I need to like get my mind out of reality, I watch a movie, and I watch like a feel-good movie, a good reality. That's the only time I watch movies. And you see the witches, they live, those were educational movies to learn something from that. So that's when I would watch a movie.
Yeah, there's a new one that, well, it's been out for a while, but I don't pay for stuff. I don't pay for like premium channels and all that crap. But the one that I want to see, and I hope it comes out on demand soon, is Jupiter Ascending. That one I want to see.
Is that well, you said that's a movie or a show?
That Jupiter Ascending is a movie. It's a movie.
You might have to write that down.
Yeah, actually, it kind of goes along with what we're talking about. Find that trailer for Jupiter Ascending.
Okay.
This kind of goes along with what we're talking about.
Okay. Do you know when it came out?
It came out like 2015, I think.
Jupiter Ascending. Okay, there we go.
Just find the official trailer. Yeah, I know, right?
Tatum. I used to love Channing. Okay, hold on. Official trailer. Okay, we'll watch it.
Time for dinner, kids.
Right now. The reason. Okay, you should be able to see. Okay.
Yeah, it goes along with what we're talking about.
All right.
We've been taught that the birthplace of the human race is Earth, but it's not.
Know what this will do to people when they find out the truth?
I don't think that most people would want to know the truth.
I do.
That sounds like me. I want all the truth.
The planet was seeded by brass axe industries roughly 100,000 years ago.
It's one of the most powerful dynasties in the universe. There are 3 primary heirs. The oldest is Belem. He's the one that controls this planet and wants you dead.
I am telling you, I'm nobody.
You are royalty. What about the girl? Still alive. Bring her to me.
I'm still the same me. Right now, Belem owns the title to Earth. Once you claim it, the Earth will belong to you.
I will harvest that planet tomorrow before I let her take it from me.
Have you ever seen a harvest?
Never. But I've heard they feel no pain.
Yeah, I want to see that. It's got aliens in it, the reptiles in it, and yeah, that one looks bad as hell.
Okay. I see it. I mean, I would watch it. I would watch it too. But it kind of reminds me of the movie with I think I forgot who it was. It was the movie that they go to the ring in the space, and that's where they have the med beds, and they have oh my goodness, how could I forget?
Contact? I don't know. I'm not a movie buff.
Elysium?
Nah.
Yup. Elysium, Matt Damon. Yep. Okay, that's the one.
Okay. I'll have to. write that down so I can see.
I'll show you the cover of it so that you could
So
actually see what it is.
maybe I can find that on demand. Yeah, I don't like paying for extras. That's why I don't get verified on X. I don't care.
How you pronounce that? Elysium?
I would say,
Elysium.
yeah, I would say Elysium. Elysium.
Elysium. Okay, that reminds me of the trailer we just saw because they have to
Okay.
go up there for all the medical, like they have free healthcare, free everything. They have the med beds,
Oh,
and then
wow.
that's when I made the connection about the theory about med beds from this movie. And then the poor people live on Earth, and it's all like, disease, and it's like the ghetto. It's all desolate. It's all
Yeah.
poor people, and only the elites can go live in Elysium. So he breaks into up there, and that's what the movie's about.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'd enjoy that.
Yes, you have to.
I'd be watching for all the little clues inside it.
Okay, Rebecca saw it. Okay, good. Yeah, that is what it kind of reminds me of. But those people had like lizard people and aliens.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would like to see how they do it.
Have we had any good comments, or is there anything that anybody else want us to discuss?
The Sky says, you know what good Transcendence with Johnny Depp. Okay, I'll look that up. Johnny Depp. Contact, good movie. Empith says the movie tells you what the motivation for controlling us.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with that.
Okay, because she said they harvest people on this planet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she says something. Yeah, they said that. Yeah, they say they don't feel no pain, but it's they harvest people on there.
And then that's the theory of adrenal
Yeah.
control.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I don't want to even go there because that was another rabbit hole that messed me up.
Well, I'm telling you, that particular with the human trafficking, the pedos, the prevalence of the pedophilia in our governments at the highest levels. Then you have the adrenochrome stuff. That stuff is sick and twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there, once people wake up to that, there's no going back.
Right.
And we actually want people to wake up to that because this battle has been about the children. And that's
a good movie for that is Sound of Freedom.
Yes.
That was a really good movie for that. So without going down too deep, because I should have seen Sound of Freedom before I went down the rabbit hole because I already had that little bit of knowledge that messed me up. And then I saw Sound of Freedom and that just got me so enraged. Like I was angry. We wanted to break the TV. Like we were so angry.
Have you seen Out of Shadows?
No, I have not.
You need to see that one.
Okay.
That was the first one that I watched on this subject and woke me the hell up. Out of Shadows.
Out of Shadows. Okay. Movie night.
If I find that would be a good one to cover. I don't know if YouTube will allow it to be played or not, but I'll see if I can find it.
We do it on Discord. So I can send you a link and then we do movie night on Discord and we watch it together.
Okay. All right. Well, they should do it. If I'll find the link and send it to you as well. But that was really good. That was a huge wake up for me.
Yep. Okay. I'm just writing down these notes.
Basically,
now I have a notepad.
It exposes the human trafficking in the Hollywood.
Right. Oh, that was the other theory about the fires is that they're burning the tunnels or something.
Yep. Burning evidence.
Burning evidence. I forgot to say that. Oh my goodness.
There's that. There was a mistake. I saw, and I think I only saw it once, but I know I saw it. There was a reporter doing a live shot at one of the burnt houses, and it accidentally showed a human skeleton.
Yes, I saw that. I don't think that's real, though.
I'd have to see it again. I'd have to see it again because I just caught it real quick while I was like doing, you know how when you're doing something, you're like, I got a couple seconds, look at my phone. And then I seen that, and then I didn't look at it again, but I need to go back and find that. It could be fake. It really could be fake.
Yeah, I saw that clip that they accidentally showed that, and I was like, Okay, right here. I got it. Oof, guys, you got to see this really quick. I'm sorry. Sometimes the show goes into different things that we didn't expect to talk about, and it keeps happening. Okay, let's see.
See the leg bones coming down.
You may want to circle it with your cursor so people can see. It's kind of
Okay.
small.
Let me see. Right there. Boom. Okay, so if you notice, they're panning on the burnt stuff. And then, oh, I can't zoom in. Let me see.
I don't think you're going to be able to.
Okay, but right here. I'll put my cursor right here. You see
Yeah.
the head right here, the two eyes? And it looks like the beard, like it has a beard. So I don't know if that's a man, maybe. It seems like there's like something here around his face here in the bottom. So that might be hair. And it's a body right there. Do you think that that's real?
I don't know about that one. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I've never seen like a dead body like that, like skeleton burnt or whatever. Like I don't know what that looks like. So
Oh,
I
you
don't
haven't
know.
gone down those rabbit holes yet?
No, which ones?
I've seen them.
Which ones?
I've seen burnt bodies. I've seen, and it comes from the dark web, but I've seen some stuff that will turn your stomach, and it usually has to do with kids.
Oh no, I can't. Sorry. I gotta protect my sanity. I can't do that.
And this is what right there, protect your sanity. This is why it's taking so long, because people have got to be introduced to this information. Because if it was all dropped on you, yeah, it would mess up your insanity.
I believe it now. I believe you now, Jimmy. I used to always tell you, no, we should always get the truth 100% right now, yada yada. And now I believe you because I saw like even something simple like it's not simple, but like less extreme than that was like a little child abuse on X.
Mhm.
Or that the parent killed the child and then they went to jail. Like you see those cases sometimes on the news.
Right.
That got me so upset one day that's when I realized your voice came in my head again. And I got the Jimmy on my shoulder that said, you see, this is why the population cannot get this all in one shot. Because we would go crazy.
Yeah.
And I thought I was going crazy. I was like hyperventilating. I was sweating. I was crying. I was so upset. Like my whole day was ruined because I saw that. And I got so upset about that. And it was, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is why I don't talk about some of the stuff there's more stuff I know.
Right.
But I don't talk about it because the audience or whatever, they're just not ready for it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
and I don't think I'll ever be ready for that. I don't think I will ever
It's difficult. It's difficult. Some of the stuff they do with these babies.
Yeah, no, I can't. And what
My
really messed me up
God.
was because the kid in that video looked exactly like my youngest son. So that's what got me upset. It was because they look alike, they sound alike, it's like the same age. And I was like, anybody with kids wouldn't be able to handle that. Like we would go straight to the chopping block. You're done, you're dead. Like there is
This
no
is why
going
I
back.
have the utmost respect and honor for the militaries, not just in the United States, but around the world, where their militaries are going into these tunnel systems and rescuing these kids, and imagine what they are seeing.
And that's what the Sound of Freedom was. He went and he's saving kids, and everybody wants to talk about, Tim Ballard and this whole thing because he was Mormon or whatever, and then all these sexual allegations started coming up against him. But you see, once again, as soon as these good people, I don't know him, they try to smear them and expose them with allegations and court trials and everything because he just came out with the Sound of Freedom. Like the story was based on him. Now
And
they're demonizing him.
And we were told this is how they do it. Nancy Pelosi even talked about the wrap-up smear campaign. She told you how they operate.
I think I saw that clip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's out there.
Yeah, and that's why I can't trust it. Like, even if Tim did those things, I can't trust it anymore because this is how I know that they take people down because they are the good guys that are either exposing or saving or doing whatever, and they're smearing them or using blackmail or trying to intimidate them into silence so that they stop doing what they're doing because they're desperate that they're gonna get caught.
And on the other hand, let's look at the innovations. We've had people come out and invent things that would be great for humanity. But once the government finds out about it, do you hear from those people ever again? No.
Yeah.
They suddenly die.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that scares me too. No.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what's confusing. It's like, how do you know whether or not a person is truly guilty of something because of how much they lie about innocent people with the same type of crimes. They always bring up sexual allegations. They always say either it was rape or whatever. They always they say it too much that it takes the meaning off of it. You know, so it's like I can't believe it.
Once you understand that 95% of the time, what they're doing is projecting their own crimes onto somebody else.
Right. So I
and
would
let's
have to do
and-
more research on that.
Yeah, and let's take it this way. You know, in a marriage, if someone's cheating, they'll accuse the other person. Oh, you must be cheating on me. Da, da, da. You know,
Yeah, projecting. That's projection. You're
they're projecting.
that. Yeah.
So that's what the media does and the corrupt politicians do when they're going after somebody. They're basically accusing them of the stuff that they've done.
Right. So I do want to make it clear, like I'm not defending Tim Ballard and I'm not saying that he didn't do those things, but it kind of makes me like
They want you wrapped up on the whole Tim Ballard thing and not focusing on what the content of the movie was about.
that's how I feel. Yes. That's how I feel. It's another distraction.
Look
And
here, not there.
Right. And even if it was true, now I'm skeptical of even that. You know what I'm saying? Like now I'm too skeptical that I don't believe anything that I hear or see until I actually see the evidence. So if it goes to trial, and that's why I love when things go to trial, I've always said this, you should never settle out of court because we will never know. So until it actually goes to trial, then I could say with confidence, okay, yeah, he really is what they say he is.
Unless it's a sham court.
You see what I'm saying? Like, how do we get true justice? How do we
I mean, look what they've done to Donald. I mean, yeah, look what they've done to Donald Trump. He went to trial and stuff. And look what they've done. It was all bullshit.
Right. That's another thing. So
discernment.
It's really weird for me.
Folks have to learn discernment is what needs to happen. You know, just watch it play out. Let's see how it goes. You know, you gotta just pick and choose.
So I'm gonna have to look into that because he's accused of not like Colty says no, because it was based on Tim and they proved that he didn't rescue any children. So I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Like
this is where I'm at. I don't care. And the reason I say that is I look at the content. I look at what was being exposed.
Right.
And then I can match that up with what? There's 800,000 missing children in the United States every year.
That's what they said.
You know, look at how many. Yeah, look how many kids go missing in other countries too. What about all the kids that were taken from Haiti through the Clinton Foundation?
Right.
So I could care less about Tim Ballard. I could look at the subject matter and I can match it up with, holy crap, look at all these islands. Look at this. I go bigger. I go past the distraction.
Right.
Right. That's how I operate.
Right. Okay. I would agree with that. Did you see this about Jamie Foxx? Oh no, I think you did. You retweeted this, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, about him having a clone, and you see how different they look?
Yeah, as soon as he came out, when he came back, as soon as I saw him, I'm like, yeah, that's not Jamie Foxx.
Was that after his accident?
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah.
Okay, because didn't he almost die a few days?
Yeah. He said Diddy tried to kill him.
Okay, but when you look at the mugshot of P Diddy, it also looks like a clone. It doesn't look like him.
Could be.
So,
This is,
okay,
this
so
is why I say. This is why I say a lot. I do believe a lot of stuff has happened already. We just haven't been notified yet publicly.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you say that these people have already been handled, and then when they get arrested and they have trials, that's the clone or the double that we see just keeping up the act because they already took care of the real man.
Absolutely. And then eventually new information will come out about what happened to the originals. That's coming. That's
Oh.
coming.
So do you think Jamie Foxx is on that list?
I haven't heard a lot. I'm torn with him. He got really popular really fast. I can't say for certain that I've seen him on any of the lists of people that have been taken care of. I have to go back and double check. But right now, I'm not sure. I have to go back and look.
Okay, and I mean, how would you know whether or not this is it is him? He's just older.
Yeah, but come on. Even the shape of the face. Yeah, that's not him. Yeah, sorry.
What if he lost weight or got older or
Like Oprah?
You see, that's what gets me. That's what gets me. She should not look the way she looks. I think she should look.
Yeah, there's a theory out there that Oprah's being played by the girl that remember Diamond and Silk?
Yes.
Remember the one that just passed away not too long ago?
Yup.
They say she's playing Oprah.
Stop it. No.
That's what they say.
Nah, chill.
That's been chattered about. We put everything on the damn table. Like who's here we go.
I have never heard that one. So that one is really
What? Okay, so I'm gonna just throw this out there. It could be crazy. It could be completely BS. But do you know who they say Barron's true parents are?
Barron Trump?
Barron Trump.
Yeah. Who do they say?
Okay, this is what they say. I can't say that I believe it or endorse it.
Okay, what?
Donald Trump and Diana. Princess Di. Princess Di.
Oh, stop it. Stop. No.
I tell you what, they make a compelling argument though, because you look at Princess Di when she was younger, and you match it up to Barron. Oh my God, there's a resemblance.
But does the math?
Welcome to the chat conspiracy.
Does the math add up, Jimmy?
I think it does. I'd have to look back, but I think it does.
But you know what?
Like I said, I don't endorse that. There's some things that's put out there that I'm like, oh, come on, y'all. Really? But it is fun to talk about.
To me, Melania is way prettier. But that's opinion. Of course, that's opinion. But to me, Melania is way more beautiful than Diana was. And Diana was a beautiful woman, yes.
Yeah, there's talk that Melania is the queen of Russia. That she's from she's from the Romanov dynasty.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that talk. Like I said, there's other things that I know that I've looked at. I don't talk about yet because.
But now Melania could not be of Tsar Nicholas because his daughters died virgins, huh? They were all young ladies. They weren't married women.
Some of them escaped.
Wow, I thought they were all shot dead.
Yeah, I that's what I believed also. I don't know what Jimmy's talking about.
I've seen other things where it wasn't what we were told.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look into
the Soviets.
That's a very interesting story there.
The Soviets, by definition, never tell us the truth about anything,
I believe that. Yeah.
So,
hey, me and Gilbert were talking about our favorite subject. financial matters. And I know, Jimmy, that sounds hypocritical from a guy who has an external debt of $20 to you. But anyways, we were talking about the External Revenue Service, and we're I think on the calendar that it might overshadow in history everything else happening today, because I mean, think about it. It affects every single one of our wallets, our livelihoods, our homes, our everything, you know. There's good things and bad things. So it's just real exciting to be in the debate on the External Revenue Service, on the tariffs. You know, and a lot of people don't even understand tariffs, and they're so afraid of the tariffs.
Because that's what's been put in their head through the media.
Exactly. You know, like look at a McDonald's. We're talking about how a McDonald's or a Jack in the Box hamburger flipper in Los Angeles was going to make $25 an hour. Probably today he's not going to make anything because the restaurant is closed. And there's the irony in life. For example, it's not sustainable to make $25 to flip burgers. The business is going to break. It's going to break. Because in China, a worker probably makes $25 in a week, if that. What an American part-time labor makes in 1 hour, that's not sustainable. So the tariffs have to be leveled. I mean, it has to. There has to be a level playing. You know how the Democrats always tell us that the rich have to pay their fair share. But there's so many people who are rich Mexicans, rich Chinese, rich Indians, rich Frenchmen, rich British, rich Canadians. And so now with the External Relief Revenue Service, we could make the rich people from other countries pay their fair share.
I totally agree with tariffs. I totally agree with an External Revenue Service. 100% on board with that.
It's going to be interesting, huh? It's going to be fun days. Very fun.
That's why.
Do you think it would actually happen? Like, do you really think Trump would get rid of it?
Yes. No. It's the introduction of the External Revenue Service. In other words, the American burden. You're a mom, and let's say you make $400 in a week. Okay, a 40-hour shift, $10 an hour. How much do you take home?
Maybe a little maybe half.
Okay, let's say at 50%. If we could relieve some of that burden by tariffing externally. Remember Jesus says that he was going to pay the temple tax, and they asked him, well, why? Why do the sons have to pay the temple? Isn't it the foreigners that have to pay the tax? And Jesus told them, no, go get the money, and just for us, me and you will pay the tax. So he wouldn't be a stumbling on nobody. And in Islam, that's the way it is. The alien resident has to pay the tax. But in the United States, our leaders, they've burdened us, you and I, the American citizens, with the tax. When our fathers, they started this war over half a penny. In 1775, we said, no, you're not going to tax our tea, which is our greatest commodity. That would be like taxing a tortilla on a Mexican. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So we taxed the colonists, the tea, for half a penny, and we overthrew the crown. Today, you said they're taking 50%. Your mom and dads who founded this country would say, what the hell is wrong with you?
Exactly.
Are you gluttons for punishment?
Yeah.
In everything. So an external relief, I don't know how it's external. I don't know how it's going to work, but it changes the whole dynamic. Do you remember when Donald Trump says you got to think big? This is huge. This is huge thinking. This is out of the box thinking.
Yeah. Something that we've never seen before. I have never seen this before because
and there's going to be good days and bad days.
Oh yeah, there totally is. Ruby, you said something a second ago. You said, but is that going to happen?
Yeah. Do you really think it's going to happen?
Here's where I'm at personally. Throughout this whole journey, going back to 2020, I've said some crazy crap. That crazy crap has come true over and over and over again. So for me right now, I believe what I'm researching, that it's probably going to happen. I just don't know the time frame.
Yeah, and you know what? Let me add to what Jimmy just said. Me and Gilbert, we examine a lot of things. You don't know it. but we're always doing research on Jimmy. And so we research, he tells us stuff. And we said, if just 10% of what he says is true, oy, Chihuahua, that's what us Mexicans say. If just 10%, we're talking about deep things. So on the external revenue, even if we get 10% through Congress, it's bold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, did we ever see a maximum amount of people we had on the laptop? I'm sure it's gone down as longer we've got.
Like 85.
Really?
I saw
Nice.
65 at one.
Yeah, like 85, and right now it's at 80.
Oh, still at 80?
Yeah, consistent
Guys,
80.
we thank you so much for watching us tonight. Thank y'all very much. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I hope you've enjoyed what we've done. I mean, I enjoy this. It's a different. I think it's a different side. My folks are seeing a different side of me. I think more relaxed.
I think so.
So
And
yeah.
I'm happy for that. Yeah.
Maybe the people on the chat room are fiscal hawks. Do they have any fiscal questions?
Or any questions? Ask us anything.
I don't see any questions, but we do have our favorite Mr. M talking about how Christianity is corrupted. Jackie Jax has been consistent all night about how the forefathers were Masons, and she's mentioned this a couple times. Let's see. Talking about how terrorists equal governments and religions.
Okay.
Becky says Melania is a dominatrix.
Dominatrix.
What is that?
A woman.
You don't know what a dominatrix is?
Oh, okay. Whoa. We're gonna keep going. Jackie Jax says plastic surgery goes a long way.
True. That's true.
Mr. M says, and they say OJ Simpson's wife is ? I think that was when we were talking about like
Oh, yeah.
that stuff.
Megyn Kelly.
Megan, stop it.
I, like I said, that's what's out there. I can't say that I ascribe to that.
They used to say that that OJ Simpson's wife had masculine features.
Yeah.
She was a beautiful woman.
No, yeah, I think she was pretty. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the resemblance between the two is kind of uncanny, but I can't say it to be true. But
what? How can you? Okay, so how is it that two people could look alike, but then they say that person is that person?
I don't know.
Can you not just look like somebody anymore? Can it not be just as simple as maybe they just look alike, something simple like that?
I wish it was that easy, but after you've been down all the rabbit holes and everything, you just question every freaking thing. It's like you have to build your reality around what you can actually see, touch, and interact with. All the other stuff, you just like, okay, what's going on here? Gotta dig a little more on that stuff.
Yeah, so the sky wanted me to mention about the chemical fog that just happened recently. And I remember that fog because I went outside to do laundry early that morning and it really was foggy. And I just thought it was Florida. I didn't know it was everywhere.
You know what? Go back to that question.
This one?
Okay. When we were kids, me and Gilbert, when we were babies, and we used to sit outside in our grass. And we weren't smoking it like our neighbors, but we would just get grass and we put it up on our lips and we would look at the sky and we would try to see bunny rabbits and we would try to see puffy clouds and our neighbors would see Puff the Magic Dragon. But today, I swear to God, for months on end, all the clouds are straight lines. They're all in a straight line. They cross the entire sphere of the earth, of the sky. They're not natural. It's not natural. Look at that cloud in that picture of the sky. It's a beautiful puffy cloud. And sometimes you would see a beautiful woman. You would see a little flower. But the clouds don't look like when I was a kid.
They don't look like they did when we were kids.
Or not even 10 years ago. Like, remember when I showed you my Instagram photos about the clouds that I used to take pictures of? That was about 10 years ago, and they were very fluffy and big. They looked like cotton balls, like really pretty.
Like cotton balls.
Like really pretty, and it was like such a nice day. Or there was no clouds at all, and it was clear skies, and that was also weird for me because I was like, I've never seen so many clear skies recently.
Well, today we'll have clear sky one day. Let's say on Wednesday, it's a clear sky, not one single airplane. And then the next day, there's 1 million of them. You're telling me that on Wednesday, there was no planes?
Yeah, there was nothing in the sky. It was completely clear.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on.
That's why my name is Conspiracy, Conspiracy. But so since we don't get answers from our elected officials, naturally we start coming up with these conspiracy because they don't have the courage to tell us.
Exactly. If we were told the absolute truth of everything has gone on, happened, whatever, there would not be a conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm. If they would tell us who shot John F. Kennedy, we wouldn't have to be questioning it.
It's done. Same thing with the moon, same thing with Earth, same thing with every freaking thing.
Yeah, totally agree. So JG says, "Come on, Jimmy, I'd like to see your cat." Sorry, I forgot to mention that Jay wanted to see your cat. I don't know.
Oh, she's sleeping now, but oh crap! I got
Jay.
What kind of cat?
I'll show her. I gotta unplug let me unplug my phone.
What kind of cat is it?
She's just a little tabby kitty cat. Let me get my light.
So you're not a dog? You're not a dog person?
I got 2 dogs. I got 2 dogs, 4 cats, 2 squirrels, 9 ducks.
Wait, did you say squirrels?
Yeah, I got 2 squirrels. Bendy and Blossom.
But don't they take off?
No, I got them in a chicken coop.
Oh.
I raised them for 3 years. Okay, so let's see. Can you see? And she's gonna look at me like mean. Like, can you see her?
Yeah. Yeah.
Skitty.
She looks like a tiger.
Yeah, we see her.
That's Skitty. She's my conspiracy cat. She sits out here with me when I do my research.
And I got your squirrels here on X. I could show everybody.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't know you raised them like that. That's
I raised them since they were babies.
Aww.
Whoa.
Is it a male and a female, or can you tell?
They're both females.
That's a good picture. That looks like a poster.
That's Bendy and Blossom.
Wow. Oh my goodness, I would freak out if I saw that.
We raised them before their eyes opened. This one over here, Skitty, is the one that found them. She's the one that found them. Yeah, then Carissa went out. She popped her head up because she knows I'm talking about her. Carissa went outside one night. She heard some squealing, went over to go check it out. Skitty had a squirrel. And so she didn't hurt it or anything. And then 2 nights later, I heard the noise and I went out and I found the other one. Skitty had it. So she didn't hurt the baby. She's just gathering them up, I guess. And so, yeah, we've bottle fed them and everything.
Are they male, female?
No, they're both females.
Oh, both females?
They're my
they
babies.
look beautiful. I was just about to ask you that. Did you buy them? How do you get a squirrel?
Yeah, that's how do you
so I had them inside the house for a while we were raising them and everything. And then I needed to get them outside because they were getting bigger. And so I went out and bought an old chicken coop and I refurbished it and secured it to where they could chill out and it's their little home. I got that thing all hooked up. I put in 2 pounds of walnuts and pecans. They got trees. I put new wood in there for them to make sure that they're sharpening their teeth or grinding their teeth. I get deer antlers for them so they can do that. They get fresh fruit and vegetables every 2 days. So yeah, they're well taken care of.
Yeah. Gigi says, what if animals could understand us if we spoke the same language as Adam?
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
Or a Disney princess.
Now that's a conspiracy.
That would be so cool.
Hey, I got a question for you, Jimmy. A conspiracy question.
Sure.
On the California. Now, me and Gilbert talked about this. Did you guys talk about California?
We did.
Yep, the fires at least.
And me and Gilbert came up with the analogy that because we always look through the prism of Jehovah's Witness, because that's all we know, we're Jehovah's Witness predominantly show. And we're trying to be real positive. So not protest Watchtower so much. But what we think is that Gavin Newsom is like the circuit overseer in this aspect. When, let's say, an elder's wife is screwing around with a couple of elders in a congregation, and there's going to be a big scandal. Well, the Watchtower is going to send a circuit overseer to clean it up, a cleaner upper. And he's going to have the power to remove elders. He's going to have a power to shut down entire congregations. Watchtower wants this thing cleaned up. So what's happening in California with Gavin Newsom working it, and I go, Gilbert, who's the governor of North Carolina? And he goes, I don't know. Do you notice the whole world is watching Gavin Newsom, but nobody knows who's the governor of North Carolina? If they had devastation, like...
Good point.
So Gavin Newsom is there to enforce the state's point of view that it's Donald Trump is a Satan, that it's global warming, that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the state, and anybody who digresses from that is going to be fired. For example, if a fireman says, hey, there was no water in the pumps, they're going to shut down that fireman. He's going to lose his job. He's going to get fired.
Mm-hmm.
If a reporter says, hey, there was power poles down on the ground, that reporter is going to get shut down.
Yep.
Yeah. Or if they say, hey, diversity, equity, and inclusion, too much was spent instead of training firefighters or checking out the water, that person is going to get fired. So in that sense, we think that the governor is like a circuit overseer. He's there to control the narrative, to keep everybody in check, to keep all the reporters, all the firemen, all the emergency workers in check. That was our theory.
I can see that. I can see that 100%.
Because think about it. Have you heard one fireman talking about the power poles laying on the ground, sparking and arcing? You hear it from guys like Adam Carolla, but you don't hear it from guys out in the field. They don't have freedom of speech. The firemen and the police, they're not witnessing of the things that they're seeing. For example, let's say there's a gang of illegal aliens. You think a police would say, hey, we got illegal aliens stealing people's houses here. No, they don't talk. There's no whistleblowers in the police department or the fire department.
No, because they're threatened. They're threatened not to say stuff.
Mm-hmm. They hide. They hide the truth from the general population.
Yeah.
Yeah. A general population will hear about it because you were privy, you were witness, and you go out and hear it. You hear the Adam Carollas, you hear the Mel Gibsons talking about it, but you don't hear these so-called beautiful people that are the first responders. They're not responders because they don't respond to anything. They're like the elders. They keep a lid on everything.
That's true. That's true.
That's a good way of thinking about it. I've never thought about it like that, but I do kind of feel like California is getting more attention because all the rich people are over there, the elites. Whereas in North Carolina, ain't nobody live. Well, to them, that North Carolina is not important.
Yeah, but you see, the first responders' allegiance is to the Constitution, not to the governor. And the allegiance to the Constitution is to we the people. We the people.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so they should answer to we the people.
Right.
Well, we already know why that doesn't happen right now. So, because we're not on the original Constitution.
What? Now you're going to cons.
You didn't. Last
have you missed the show?
71?
I'm sorry.
We've already talked about man, you were late to class.
Yup, you're gonna have to go back and at the 2-hour mark.
So, because we're not on the original Constitution.
Okay, but what minute mark was it? What more or less? The 2 minute, 2 months?
2 hour and 30. Like it was at the very end because right after it I finished. So just go all the way to the end and then you'll see the screen.
Okay, then I'm gonna bail out right now. I'm gonna go watch it.
You got it. Hey, Ruby, why don't you just go ahead and play it? If you got it, play it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you do a rewind?
Because we got a lot of people watching that may have never seen it.
Do you have the technology?
Do you have my $20?
Oh shit.
Let me see if I have. I think I
got this comb.
I hope I kept it. I think I did keep it. Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling through.
Yeah, about ready to blow your mind. You ready for your mind to be blown?
Got it.
You threw me a
And
curve.
this is perfect because I need to do like a restroom break, so this is perfect for me to play
Yeah.
it
How
for you
long is
guys.
it? How long is this video?
It is 9 minutes.
Okay, cool. I can take a leak by then.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll watch it. I'll just shut up
Yep.
and
So this is for Jesse to
start watching.
remake
Absorb.
the yep. Okay. Enjoy it, Jesse.
Okay, I'm on.
I'll be back.
1871, and while the events of this year have been purposefully hidden from the masses, 1871 must never be forgotten. Much like Vatican City and the City of London, Washington, D.C. has its own sovereignty. Basically, D.C., City of London, and Vatican City are totally separate territories from the nations in which they reside. Vatican City is technically enclaved within Rome, outfitted with its own special police force and political structure. The same way the City of London is situated within the city called London, and it has its own flag, crest, police force, ceremonial armed forces, and a mayor. And sure, there are states within the United States that have their own constitution and distinctive flags, but I think most people you'd ask would know that Washington, D.C. isn't a state. Most folks would tell you that Washington, D.C. is where our laws are made, where our politicians congregate, and where our White House resides. But on the D.C. flag, which is said to have been reflective of George Washington's coat of arms, there are 3 stars. And I wonder, are those stars representative of the 3 city-states that exist as corporate entities outside of their respective nations? Vatican City, the religious hub, the City of London, the banking central, and Washington, D.C., the military leg of the empire. Being its own city-state, D.C. has its own police force that shares a direct link with Congress, its own mayor, and its own set of laws. But our founding fathers certainly didn't set it up like this, so how did it come to be? The year was 1871. The U.S. was going through a lot of turmoil. The nation was bankrupt and vulnerable after the Civil War, and the London bankers, which included the notorious Rothschild family, were ready to make a deal with Congress to remedy that turmoil. Turmoil, I might add, that is suspected that the bankers had a hand in creating in the first place. At any rate, these bankers made a lot of credit available in the aftermath of the Civil War as a means to 1. Fight Lincoln's greenback after he was murdered, with some theorizing that part of the motivation for his assassination came from his push to privatize the monetary system. And the second reason that the bankers made so much credit available was to collect on the interest from those who desperately needed the money, which would be the United States government at the time. Now, this was nothing new. This was a practice as old as time. Well, as old as Mystery Babylon. Not much has really changed since the days of Babylon. Not the usury, not the debt slavery, not even the iconography. Passed by Congress, the Act of 1871 provided a government for the 10-mile parcel of land known as the District of Columbia, allowing Washington, D.C. to act as a corporation outside of the original Constitution of the United States. So, okay, why does the Washington, D.C. Constitution have nothing to do with the United States Constitution? Why exactly is Washington, D.C. totally separate from the rest of the United States? Why does it need to be separate from the United States as a separate territory at the epicenter of the Virgin Mary, tucked right between Virginia and Maryland? The Act of 1871 changed our country's founding fathers' original Constitution for the United States for America to the Constitution of the United States of America. If you blink, you might miss it because it's a mixture of impactful wording and some weird capitalization thrown in there that pretty much means nothing to the average person upon initial inspection. But these subtle changes are a huge deal in the realm of legislation. Compounded with these minor changes was clever marketing of the act as a way to unify the territorial government for the entire District of Columbia. The aforementioned are contributing factors as to how such a major act flew under the radar, ultimately overturning the United States constitutional republic. Since 1871, the federal government has usurped nearly all of the power that was formerly held in the hands of the people. But how on earth was Congress able to pass a separate constitution and incorporate the United States? A bunch of attorneys have contacted me about the subject, explaining it to me. Thank you for everyone who's done that. But let me break it down to you in a way that won't make you just totally fall asleep. A corporation, by definition, is a legal entity separate from its owners. A corporation protects its owners from personal liability for corporate debts and obligations within limits. So was the Act of 1871 as harmless as some claim, just an act to provide a government for the District of Columbia and nothing more? We can answer that question by simply stepping back and taking a look at the dominoes that fell after this act was passed, and asking the question, who benefited from this piece of legislation? Is the Act of 1871 the reason why Congress passed the 16th Amendment, which allowed the federal government to tax individual personal income regardless of state population? Is the Act of 1871 the reason why the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 was passed, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and ultimately the total control of America's economy to the Federal Reserve Bank? Think about it. A private corporation established their private bank, acting as the central bank of the United States, but it isn't even a government institution, but a privately owned banking system. Is it a coincidence that Social Security numbers started being assigned in 1935, Social Security numbers being the 9-digit numbers given to every U.S. citizen, and used for income tracking and taxation purposes? Ultimately, individual income taxes have been the primary source of revenue for the U.S. federal government since the 1950s. These moves make a lot of sense when examined through the lens of the United States as a corporation and its citizens as employees, a corporate government asset before they even go through puberty. But still, throughout all this time, there was a promise that the American dollar was actually worth something. Something tangible, not just the confidence to exchange it for goods and services. A dollar was worth 1/35 an ounce of gold. But then President Richard Nixon came along and screwed that up for us, severing the final link between the dollar and gold in 1971. In other words, he took the dollar off the gold standard once and for all. Steadily, the purchasing power of the dollar has declined while federal and consumer debt has increased. Currently, we're witnessing the culmination of all of these decisions, and it ain't pretty. We're one bad flu season removed from Weimar Republic wheelbarrow money. So who would you say benefited from the Act of 1871? The average US citizen or the bankers who incorporated the United States, who have been buying politicians ever since? The same Federal Reserve who serves absolutely no real function except stealing the purchasing power of your 60-plus hour work week and then redistributing those funds to destroy your rights and enslave you on your own soil. Hey, just like they did back in Babylon. It's the same folks using the same debt slavery system, time after time. When will we learn that debt with interest is a system of perpetual debt and is continually passed on to the people beneath until the debt gap consumes all but those who own the debt? Well, like I said in the beginning of this video, the most pivotal year in United States history was never taught to me in school, public or private, and never taught to me at a college level. But as Americans, it's so important that we not let this information die with our generation. One of the most important lessons you can teach your children is how to obtain their own freedom, how to identify when their freedoms are being taken from them, and how to demand those personal freedoms and liberties back, instead of waiting around for a hero in the form of a politician to represent them, to offer solutions. During this time, we've seen people of all ages crying out for change. And instead of focusing on the changes we could make that could fundamentally change the United States for the better, especially on an individual level, politicians are selling socialism and communism, aka more government control, to young people looking for an answer. And they beg for it because the future seems so bleak. Whether you play with paper or with digital money, the future will always be bleak if you're a debt slave. If before your foot even touches this earth, you're scanned into the system as an employee of this corporation who does not care about you one bit. The United States is still a great country, but it has its problems, and you can riot and loot and protest all you want, but until the Federal Reserve is ended, until the Act of 1871 is torn into 1,000 pieces and thrown into the wind, until the IRS is abolished, and until we move back to the gold standard, we have no chance at experiencing any iota of freedom.
Wow. You know what? Can I say something? Thank you. I have my American history book, the American pageant that I read since I was a little kid. and it's from 1961. First edition was 1955. So this is what we used in school. So I got this from my school library, and I never turned it back in because I was so. I love this book, The American Pageant. It sounds like a play, you know, like when you went to Disneyland the first time and you saw great moments with Mr. Lincoln. It was like you were at a pageant, the pageantry. It was just so beautiful. And you know what? And I've read this book over, and I've read about Manifest Destiny, the purchase of the Gadsden Purchase of my home state, Arizona, and just everything. Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, everything. John Brown. I'm always talking about John Brown and Abraham Lincoln and the debates with Douglas, all the history, the beautiful American history. But this 1871 thing, I looked through it. My American history book doesn't talk about that.
Nope. That's because it was written in 1960.
Yeah. So I was, no, it was written in 1955, but it has a lot of things that the kids are not learning now. But even this book doesn't bring up the 1871, the significance. Did you notice what he said about the birthplace between Virginia and Maryland?
I caught that the first time I saw the video, and I was like, holy crap. I never thought about that. Virginia, Maryland, Virgin Mary.
Virgin Mary.
I never caught that.
Wow, that blew my mind. Yeah, my head was exploding.
So this is why I say that we have not been operating on the original Constitution.
We deviated, and it looks like we deviated on the dollar.
Yeah. And wasn't it ironic that Nixon, I caught this, Nixon ended it in 1971, 100 years later. And if you do the gematria on 100, or what 100 means, it's very interesting.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, I just wanted to say this before I go to sleep and let you guys go. But on that video, when it talked about the gold standard, the more you study gold and silver and money, you learn this word, and you're gonna, Ruby, you're gonna hear this word, and you're gonna say, "Oh my God, Gilbert's talked about this word." It's called nominal value. Nominal. Just remember that word, nominal. You'll hear it everywhere. Kind of like when people talk about CBDC, central bank digital currency. They use the Watchtower new system. Everyone's saying the new system. You're going to hear the new system a lot. It's already happening everywhere. But anyways, this is the point. Right now, you get a good job at the government, and they pay you $150,000. But it's nominal. So what it means is this: your parents or your grandfather, you were better off getting paid $20,000, because when you tie that money to gold, $20,000 in gold in the 1940s was so many ounces of gold for $20,000. So if you were to get paid in the same amount of gold, so you tell your boss, I don't want to get paid in dollars, I want to get paid in gold. Well, your grandfather, that money would be like $300,000. So you see, so what happens is they confuse you, because they say, well, we're going to give you a minimum wage of, when Jesse and I were kids, it was in the $3 range. Now it's $4, $5. It just keeps going up. So you think that you're making money. You're making $150,000 a year at your job. But when you divide that by $2,700 an ounce of gold, you're only getting paid so many ounces of gold, so many ounces of silver per hour, per day, per year. And when you compare that to your grandparents, you find out that they were making more than you.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, this is called nominal. And this is what she can't talk about this in that video, because she could go for 10 hours. There's so much information to pack. So when you understand about the gold and how gold and silver works, it's always the same in time. So the gold and silver, Moses was using it, Peter was using it. It's all the same. It's just when these bankers come in, they manipulate the money, and they give you a false sense of security with nominal value.
Absolutely.
See, it's nominal. And you think, look, I got $150,000. No, you only got X amount of coins of ounces of silver, an X amount of gold. But in your brain, you think you have a lot of money.
So it's worth $2,700 right now, or $2,800?
Well, I don't know, but in that ball, yeah, 2000.
In
So
that,
see, it's phenomenal. So if you were to go and find out how much was gold in 1970 when my dad was, busting his butt, and then you compare it to today, you find out, oh, dad was making good money if he gets paid in gold. See, they confuse you, and that's what she was trying to tell you. You can't be a free human being when the bank is messing around with the digits of your numbers. He's exploiting you. That's why the gold standard is perfect money with God, because it's like the balance, like that balance of justice, that balance. It's you put an ounce of gold and you get a sack of like 50 sacks of rice. It was a measuring device.
And there was a time where the nations were that way too, because Mexico and the United States, there was no need for immigration because a peso was worth $1. They were both a silver coin. There was a silver dollar and there was a silver peso.
Yep.
And it was the same. It was the same worth.
And to kind of tie this together with what Trump just announced about the External Revenue Service, does it make sense now to why we would get rid of the Internal Revenue Service and have the external one? Because then we're taking money in with tariffs and things like that and not taxing the American citizen.
Right. Or lessen the burden considerably. Yeah, what you're saying is bold. I understand. I would be happy if they lessen the burden by 50%. But yeah, I know what you said is a bold statement. Get rid of it altogether.
Yeah.
You dream big. I'm Mexican.
It's completely unconstitutional.
Yeah.
I say that all the time too. Like, I'm an abolitionist. I would get rid of literally everything that happened after a certain period, like after the whole. I don't know. Maybe is it after the Civil War or before?
That was after what? 1871.
Yeah, like most of
that was
this
after.
deep state
That was
stuff.
after.
Okay, so anything after the Civil War, I would question, and I would really want to abolish it.
And you know what? It's crazy how a lot of people, like John F. Kennedy, for example, if you go back and listen to him when he talked about fiscal matters, they were taxing at the high tax marginal rate, like 95%. Like the Beatles, they were taxed like about 90%. George Harrison talks about it in that Beatles song, the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. They were taking all their money.
Yep.
So when he cut taxes, he sounded more like Ronald Reagan than he did Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm too young for that, but I'll look into that.
There's so much to learn. There's so much to learn.
You know what? I think that's why I'm like, when Jimmy says abolish the IRS, and I think Ron Paul talks about that, huh? Doesn't Ron Paul? But I'm like, I'm so scared because we've always had the IRS. They took out.
Let me ask you a question in that regard. Name me one thing that the IRS has done that has helped an American citizen.
I'm going to say something stupid like they got Al Capone. I don't know. That's what they taught us when we were kids.
Okay. Like they go after people who commit like tax fraud or like money fraud and money stuff
criminals.
like that.
Yeah, it was used to get these bad guys that they couldn't get them on nothing else.
Oh, okay.
Now they get them on conspiracy, but before they would get them on tax evasion. But you're right, Jimmy. They're supposed to be collecting revenue for our country, but then they go give it to the Ukraine.
Right.
And the only reason they go after the big people like Capone or whatever, it's just an enforcement of their enforcement policy to make the ones that want to not participate.
And to bring the population to heel. Yeah, it's
exactly. It's all about control. I love some of the comments in there. Jax is killing me.
Jax? Oh, Jackie Jax.
Jackie Jax. I love. She says something about the Statue of Liberty and Lucifer. Oh yeah, been down that rabbit hole.
I didn't know that.
You don't know that one? The Statue of Liberty looking like Lucifer? Oh yeah. That's Lucifer.
No, I didn't know that. I mean, I saw the comment, but I didn't.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there.
Statue of Liberty is a copy of Lucifer. That's a crazy gem to look up. Yeah, I've never heard about that. So I need to see that.
So every week we've had a different topic. So it's going to be interesting what next week's topic is going to be because we have something new happens every week.
But you know what? Here's the thing. With the Trump era, he dreams big because, like, we're talking about taxation. I'm so used to listening to John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, George W. Bush, and talk about. So when somebody cuts 10% taxes, I'm like, yay!
Exactly. Yeah.
But
Like, I mean, I hope it happens.
But these guys are coming along. They're talking big things. They're talking about the elimination of people who threaten people. You know, and the rest of us who have been beaten and worked all our lives, we're happy with a 10% tax cut. We're happy. You know. No, this guy's saying, dream big, guys. Dream big.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. I mean, and if you listen, I mean, I guarantee you most folks don't just listen to all his rallies and everything, but he was telling you, hey, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, you know, give money to homeschool parents, you know, help with them and their homeschooling, allowing them to be able to take care of their kids and to allow their kids to be able to participate in extracurricular activities like sports and stuff like that. You know, that's a huge thing.
And it's changing the dynamic because you got your hardcore lefties, union guys, like the Bruce Springsteens and the Howard Sterns and all the guys that always vote Democrat. All these union guys are being attracted by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because he's talking about no tax on tip. He's attracting he's not attracting the Dick Cheneys. He's not attracting the warmongers or the guys who want to go make.
He's attracting Americans.
Working class, blue collar people. Like even John Fetterman. You see the way John Fetterman's talking?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is why I said you don't know who's playing who in this movie.
Yeah, you don't know. And he wants to be Pope of Greenland? I mean, even he's got a sense of humor now.
So before we go, because I wanted to get Jimmy's opinion about this, while the video was going, I Googled it, you know, Act of 1871. And of course, Wikipedia is always the first thing that comes up. So I checked this tab, right? I'm reading a little bit about it. And then it kind of says that, you know, that was only up until 1973. So yeah, it says that in the beginning, something like that.
Wait, go back up. The effect.
The effect.
It says.
Okay. It says that Congress passed, you know, the Organic Act of 1871, which revoked the individual charters of the cities of Washington and Georgetown and combined them with the Washington County to create a unified territorial government for the entire District of Columbia.
But this is what I got from Jimmy's video. This is what I got, the effect. So in 1871, the way we handle money, the way we handle currency in the United States, that was the big thing about the District of Columbia. So the power change came in our money system.
Yep. That's where, absolutely. It always goes back to the money.
Okay.
Yeah, our war, remember our country was started on money, the taxation of tea, and we rebelled in the Boston Tea Party. So it's always been about money.
So this is what caught me, you know, conspiracy theories. And then that's why I want to ask Jimmy, how does he feel about this? Because it says, the act is the basis of several claims held by the sovereign citizen movement. According to these, the act made the district and consequently the whole United States into a business corporation. These claims stem from a misunderstanding of the term municipal corporation used in the act. There are many kinds of corporations. A corporation is any group authorized to legally act as a single entity. In this case, as incorporated, organized district of the United States. Most U.S. cities and counties are municipal corporations. This was later used by QAnon supporters to falsely claim that former President Donald Trump would be sworn in as the 19th president of the original United States on March 4th, 2021. This date corresponds to the original presidential inauguration date because they claimed the 20th Amendment was not passed by the original United States and is therefore invalid.
All right, so first off, I'll address the March 4th, 2021 thing. No digital soldier out there or true Anon is going to give dates. So for them to even say that, that's bullshit. Now, if there were some people out there putting that out there. We already know about infiltration and how things are propagandized. As far as corporations are concerned, doesn't matter what type of corporation it is. Corporation is there to always protect the individual owner.
You know what? I'm a corporation.
I'm a corporation.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And so, and I don't trust Wikipedia because
right.
There's that. So take it for, hey, y'all do the research, draw your own opinion, your own conclusion on it. My thing is, I'm kind of there with Jesse. I look at the effects. I look at how our money system drastically changed after 1871, and it did not benefit the American citizen.
Okay, so how do we know whether or not it's still in effect? Because it said kind of like it gave dates like 1970 something that president repealed it or something like that.
No, Richard Nixon, he tendered in 1971.
Okay.
Yeah, he took it. Yeah, so they try to say it ended in 73. No, we still got taxes, so that's bullshit too.
Yeah, and so what happened was our dollar used to be pegged to the worth of the gold, and it's not.
Okay, it says though Congress repealed the territorial government in 1874.
Oh, that's a whole different thing.
Okay, that's where I saw. Okay, because I looked at this website, right? Because there's always going to be like a debunking website. Fact checked. Act of 1871 did not establish the United States as a corporation that owns its residents, right? That's what kind of the theory is.
Who put that out?
What happened?
Who put that out?
It says by Dana Ford, January 22, 2021.
Okay, so for me, I would have to go and look up Dana Ford and see what she supports and everything to give any. That's how I do research.
You know what? Me too. When I read the JW.org and they quote some politician somewhere in Europe or the United States, I always do research on who this person is. And he usually works for the United Nations or some progressive organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before,
because
go ahead.
Well, because basically she's saying like this right here. The city was only incorporated in the sense that it became a single entity. It did not become a business. So it's kind of like they're debunking the theory that the corporation theory, like that America's a corporation.
Yeah, see, I'd have to go research Dana Brown.
But that's not more like an opinion on her part. Yeah.
Okay. You see, this is why this is good. I'm glad I asked you, because when it says right here that although the post, because she's mentioning some posts, did not say what act it was referring to, it was clearly talking about the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, which is a real piece of legislation. But the post is wrong on everything else. And she's referring to this post right here that in 1871, a seditious act was performed by the government. A coup was made to rewrite the Constitution and put "we the people" in all capitals. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what the video was talking about.
Yeah.
So you see right here, it says, let's start by looking at the actual act, which can be seen here. So when I clicked on that, it took me here. And this is the actual, it's like a photocopy of the Congress from 1871 to 1873. And there's like 1,000 pages in here.
What's that act called, Ruby? The District of Columbia, what? Organic Act?
Organic Act.
Organic Act. Yeah. Sorry.
You know what happens to a lot of times we're lied to, and like Ronald Reagan, he says you and I must have the courage to tell our elected officials that there is a line that they will not cross.
Right.
And he talks about how you have to act, or you send your children to 1,000 years of total darkness. What happens, for example, look in Europe when the Jews were in gun confiscation at the last part of the 18th or the 19th century. They went into the 20th century without any guns. They had been taken away in the Soviet Union and Germany and everywhere else. So they sentenced their children in the 1930s to be defenseless against the Nazis. So what happens was sometimes the parents and the grandparents screw a generation later on. So that's what happens in a lot of American history. It's written, the corporation, and the effect it has on the dollar. And we look back 100 years later and go, boy, we really screwed it up in 1870.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
John Marciano says this was all the result of the Civil War, 1871. It was to reorganize the United States to keep the South in check.
Yeah, that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah.
On the truth about the Civil War.
That's a big, that's a whole nother show. I mean,
yeah, that's a whole nother show.
We definitely need to do that because we've touched on this before, many times before.
I've never heard this before. First time.
No, you were here before when I used to say that the Civil War was like.
Oh yeah, no, but not the 1871.
Oh. Okay. That's the connection that we need to make. Okay.
Yeah.
So there we go. I think we need to do that in the future. Any given Tuesday, like we need to do that.
It doesn't even show up in my history books.
Hey, do a quick Google map search of just Washington.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Mm-hmm. And I told my husband about it, and he looked it up. He was like, "Oh, stop it!" He looked it up right there and then, and his eyes were like huge.
Yeah, this is something.
Okay,
if you know,
what should I put? Washington. DC?
Yeah, just put. Yeah, I went to my weather bug and went to that. Then I did a Google map. Yeah, Washington on the map.
Washington. Okay. Let me show you.
And for the viewers, y'all can do it too. Go look up Google Maps of Washington, D.C. Pan in. I don't know if it's on every one of them, but every one I've seen so far.
So on my Google, it says right here on the left side, it says, oh, I can't zoom. It says Washington, District of Columbia on the side.
So what I'm saying is on the maps that I've seen, DC has been removed from the name.
Oh. Yeah, it's always had DC.
And this ain't no Mandela effect. It's always been Washington, D.C. on maps. But the maps that I've seen lately, D.C.'s not on there anymore.
Yeah, it just says Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you're a kid, especially being a Mexican American, you ask your mom, what's Washington, D.C.? What does D.C. mean? And if you're talking in Spanish, you go, Mom, what is Mexico DF? It's the same thing, the federal district.
Right.
District of Columbia.
So the question is, why did they remove DC from the maps?
Yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, exactly. So why? Why do you think they did that?
Because I think the corporation is dissolved.
Okay. So I need to see an old map then, because I don't think I ever saw that.
I see. I remember. I'm like Jesse. I remember seeing Washington D.C.
Never.
Okay.
Never seen it without D.C. You have Washington State and you have Washington D.C. Since we were born. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, no, but that's not the capital, right? No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Washington D.C. is our capital. Yes. You never address Washington D.C. as Washington. Or going to Washington. I'm going to D.C.
I'm going to D.C.
No, I need to look at a map. I need a map, like an old map. I have to check this out.
It'll be good. Look up an old map. Mm-hmm. It's always Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. We just were taught that way.
Yep.
Okay. Map of Washington, D.C.
Folks, y'all never know what we're going to talk about or how long we talk.
Okay. I Googled it and then I looked at images to see what it looked like. And it does say, one of them does say DC under it. It says under Washington, DC.
Yes. It's probably an older image.
Okay. Because some of them don't have it. And some of them do. So this is so weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
You're welcome.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, I saw that on X, and then I said, "Let me do it myself," and I Google mapped
When
it
has it been coming
myself.
out like that, Jimmy? When has it been coming
Yeah,
out?
when did that happen?
I think it's been about a year and a half.
Wow. No fanfare, huh? No fanfare, just yeah.
Wow, yeah. So then what would it be called? Then wouldn't we change the name?
I don't know how that's going to, I don't know what's going to happen to DC. There has been rumors that it would just basically be turned back into the swamp that it originally was and just get rid of it. There's been that talk. But then there's the American side, the historical side of me that kind of don't want to see that, because I loved going to DC and going to the Smithsonian and just the history of it. I like that.
Yeah.
But we don't, I can't say with any certainty what the future holds for Washington, D.C.
Or maybe we could just change the name. Like, just keep everything there, but just change the name.
You know, Trump talked about having a big memorial park called Garden of Heroes. I don't know where he's going to put that. Is he going to put it in D.C.? Is he going to put it somewhere else? I don't know. But D.C. would be a really cool place to put it. But I don't know. But yeah, that's been talked about.
Okay. I think this was the last video that I wanted to show, because this guy, I don't know if you've seen this, or where did I get it from? I don't know where I got it from. Oh, Jimmy Bell reposted. Okay. This guy talking about the external revenue.
Him and accusing him and just, attacking him. And my wife said in that dream, don't you know that Trump is going to end your taxes? That came out of the blue. We had no idea. This was years ago. And only the last months has President Trump started to announce that he is going to end income tax. He's going to completely reform the whole tax system. And today he made a post on Truth Social, which is so historic, so epic. It is a death blow once again to the satanic elites who have been using, listen carefully now, who have been using the IRS as their vehicle, as their methods to rob the hundreds of millions of American people every day of their life. You couldn't move a foot or you were taxed. You couldn't buy anything or you were taxed. You can't let out a fart or they tax it. They have hundreds of ways of stealing your money, stealing, robbing, oppressing you, keeping the American people as poor as possible while enriching themselves. America has always been enslaved by these satanic elites from the British Empire who have an agenda for world domination and who have set up Washington, D.C. to be their center of operations, through whom they enslaved, they suffocated, they terrorized, they abused the American people. And here we have President Trump announcing that he's going to abolish that. He says, I'm abolishing Washington, D.C.
But we are transferring power from Washington, D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
He is literally destroying the grip of the slave masters over the United States of America. He is destroying all their powers, all their ways of control over America and the world. And one of the most crucial ways is by ending the Internal Revenue Service, which was never for the benefit of America. It was always for the benefit of the Satanists from the British Empire who operate from within the City of London. The City of London is 1 square mile within London City. It is a sovereign city-state. It's not submitted to the laws of the country. It's not submitted to the British royal family or to the British Parliament. It reigns supreme over it. The City of London is the financial headquarters of the whole world, and it is the center from where they execute their agenda for world domination. They set up Washington, D.C., also a sovereign city-state, independent from America, not part of the United States of America. These are the people who have been enslaving you. These are the people who have been stealing everything from you. These are the people who are taxing you. You own a property. No, you don't. You have a piece of land where they force you to pay astronomical amounts of money for every single year because you're a slave to them. They own you, they own your land, and they say, if you want to live there, if you want to have this stupid illusion that you own a home, that you own land, if you want to live in this insane illusion, go ahead. But you have to pay us every year thousands and some tens of thousands of dollars. Trump is going to end that now. He is removing their financial suffocating stranglehold over the American people. And he's going to install an external revenue service where all the other nations of the world will have to pay taxes for importing their goods into America. Trump says no longer will the American people be taxed on everything. No, he wants the American people to start flourishing. He wants to restore the power of the American people. He wants to restore your ability to rise and shine. He wants to enable you to fulfill your dreams. He will do something that will make not just America, but the whole world great again. I've been making several videos here where I explain.
Okay, so I'll stop it there. If anybody is interested, his page or this video came from stopworldcontrol.com. That's the Twitter name. I think is that his account? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I'll just say this. I know just by looking through the chat and everything, there's still a lot of folks out there that believe Trump is not who he says he is and all that. I get that. I understand that. But I've been going down and doing this research for so long that I'll be honest with everybody. If I found anything that pointed to Trump being this evil puppet mastermind paid and bought for Illuminati, I'd be the first one to jump on that board and be, hey guys, this is what I just found.
Right.
You know,
right.
So I know a lot of people have said he's going to be a dictator. You know, well, he didn't do it the first 4 years, and America thrived monetarily, financially in those 4 years. So there's that. That's a good thing. And for everything that he's talking, I mean, again, Jesse said that if 10% of what I say happens, that's a pretty cool thing. We can apply that to Trump too. If 10% of what he says he wants to do gets accomplished, that's a good thing for America.
Yeah, and like Sharon says, Trump is not who he seems to be. That's understandable. Or when Jackie says he ain't gonna do jack squiddly, I understand that too. But
I get that, and the only thing the only question I'll pose to you, to those folks, how did you personally draw your opinion of Donald Trump? Were you influenced in your decision on how you feel? Were you influenced by the mainstream media? Right. Because if you were, then that's what you need to question.
You know, there's this great song that I love by Chris Christopherson. It's called The Burden of Freedom. And he goes, I stand on the doorway, my hand to the I stand on the doorway, and he goes, my back to the dungeon, while voices behind me so bitterly damn me for seeking salvation they can't understand. Lord, help me to shoulder the burden of freedom. A lot of people can't understand the things that we believe in. When I first heard about the External Revenue Service, I didn't tell my wife. I heard about it at work. I didn't tell nobody. I'll share it with you guys. But inside, I was crying, not for me. If I were to get all my money and have control over my money, that would be a good day. But I thought of my dead mom and dad. I thought about their parents. And I thought about all the Americans before me who worked maybe in the coal mine, you know, the people that were born a coal miner's daughter and had to pay 10, 20, 30, 40% of their to Washington. I thought of all the workers who had to spend all their lives paying taxes.
Yes.
Taxes. While rich people outside of the country didn't have that pay. And so what I'm saying, even if whatever anybody says at Trump, just the fact that we're talking about this now, it's shifting the paradigm. So like that song says, my back to the dungeon, while voices behind me so bitterly damn me for seeking salvation they can't understand. Sometimes we have to seek what is good for us, no matter what the voices behind us. At the end of the day, if we were to fall, they won't be there to pick us up. So we have to do what's good for ourselves and our country, for ourselves and our posterity. Because if we make a wrong decision, we sentence our grandchildren to pay for it. Like those Jews in Europe, because they gave up their guns, they had no way to defend themselves when the Holocaust came.
Good point.
If we make stupid decisions, we will burden our children. So we can't. We have to make it right. So if there's voices behind us damning us, well, let it be. Let it be so.
Yeah. Yeah. You make a good point, because we are at a point in history, world history, where we have the opportunity and the will to change history forever. Do we like that our family, our dead relatives, and do we like the fact that they worked their whole lives to just get taxed and maybe have a few good years in retirement? Are we tired of seeing people struggle just to make ends meet?
Yep.
And if we're tired of that, we're going to freaking do something about it, because if we do, then it changes the lives, not for us for the time that we're here, but it changes the lives of our kids, our grandchildren. So you can be a naysayer, you can be all that. I don't really care anymore, but I'm in this fight to change history and make it better for future generations. And if you have a problem with that, then you need to wake the fuck up.
Ditto.
Sorry.
I agree with both sides. I agree with the chat to a certain extent. I agree with everything that you guys said. But I would like more proof of that, because you you guys can always name call or label somebody something, like they say, oh, he's a Messianic, the way how Mr. M is saying. But show me why. Why do you think that he is that way? You see what I'm saying? I want to entertain. Why do you believe that?
Mathematically, I can tell you this. Let's talk about that paycheck, $10 an hour, 40 hours a week. If we were to send 50% to Washington and another 10% to your state capital, who has control of the power of that money? It's in the Washington, right? And the state capital. But let's say 100% of that money goes to your wallet. Who has the power? Therein lies the story of America, where we empower the citizen. If King George is not the king who has all the money, it's the individual citizen. That's why they hate us, the middle class, because the middle class is empowered in the United States like no other country. The middle class is not empowered in China. The middle class is not empowered in India. You and I are empowered. We keep our paycheck. That means there's less. What are they going to send to the Ukraine if we keep our money?
Exactly.
See, that's where the power is, because they're taxing the power out of us. Our dollar is our power. In another time, maybe something else was power. But the way we have the game set up, it's the dollar, and they're taxing it. They're taking away our power. And we don't have spending power. We don't have power to go buy a car, a washer, a dryer. But they have the power to go start wars.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm anti all of that. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-sending. Forget about it.
And think
I
about
want zero geo stuff.
Who in their right mind would say no to putting more money in your wallet than in the hands of Washington? So you really have to question the motive. For example, there was Title IX debate that went on today. And what we're saying is that, hey, we're not going to have men in women's sports. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez threw a fit. What is her problem? All we're saying is we're not going to have penises in girls' bathrooms. Why does she have a problem? You have to question. You really have to question her intelligence, or where is her heart and her allegiance?
Now, just to make Mr. M a little bit happy, because I did come across something that was very weird about MAGA and in relation to, like, I don't know, Messianic or this video.
Church thing. Yeah, I've seen that before too.
Okay, Joe and Fran sent me this, so I am gonna show it just for the sake of Mr. M, so he could leave me alone, because he thinks that I don't look at this stuff. I do look at it, I just don't talk about it. But I'll show you this video real quick.
Yeah, put it on. I'm curious now.
Yeah, because when I saw it, I was on the floor. I was like, "What?" Okay.
Required to move beyond
is the Church of Satan. Wow. Churchofsatan.com. We have a hierarchy in the Church of Satan. Who knew, right? Guess it shouldn't surprise us, knowing what we know about these clubs with different degrees of membership. So apparently there are 5 degrees. The first one is the registered member, no degree. Then we have the active member, Satanist. There you go. We have the witch and warlock in the 2nd degree. Then you go to the priestess or priest. Then you have the magister, which is the 4th degree. And finally, the last and final degree from the churchofsatan.com is none other than the MAGA. Yeah. MAGA.
That
I've seen that before.
First thing.
Not me. I've never seen it before.
So when Mr. M says stuff like that, I'm like, okay, I can see that. I can process it.
So here's my whole thinking on that. This is where I go into research mode. I find out for sure if that's legit, who's the person presenting it, where's the information coming from, is it true, whatever. Then I say, okay, well, if that's such a big deal, why didn't they call out Bill Clinton for using MAGA, for Ronald Reagan for using MAGA? Why now? I'm just curious. Why now? Why wasn't it done before? It wasn't.
Great point, Jimmy.
So those are just questions. So, and for what we know, I mean, I'm up. Make America great again. If you just said that, I'm down with that. And for what Trump is doing, the External Revenue Service, that would help in making America great again.
Right.
Tell me how it doesn't.
You know what? One of my best friends is Masonic. One of my best friends. And this guy's run for political office, and he's lost like 19 times and been beat up so much. He's Mexican-American. He loves this country. And he's been beat up by the Mexican-American and the American. And he finally is winning now. But now I go on to the ex-Jehovah's Witness, and they talk so much about Masonics. Now I'm starting to doubt my friend. And we're such good friends. You know, I love him dearly, like a brother. And I never doubted anything. But watching so much conspiracy theories about the Illuminati and you don't know what to think. It really poisons well, I shouldn't say poison. It really gets you thinking. I didn't want to say that word poison. It doesn't poison your mind. It just gets you thinking, you know.
Gigi says, what if Trump is trolling the Mason with MAGA? I don't know.
See, that's thinking outside the box.
That is, and from what we know about Trump, he does troll. So We
I
do
would
know.
never troll. I would never troll the Masons because I'm a big chicken. Yeah.
So I just look at it this way. I just want to see the American citizen better off. I want to see our futures better off.
Right. That's the main line. But you
And
see, go ahead.
and if Trump comes through and does
Right.
what he says he's going to do, and it makes our lives better, we are more prosperous, we're more healthy. If all that does happen, are the same naysayers going to come back later and say that they were wrong?
Correct.
That's a question I have for y'all. Will
Okay,
y'all say?
Jackie.
Will y'all say?
I would hold Jackie to it because she's the one who said, or he or she, I don't know, that said that, Trump ain't gonna do nothing. So if Trump does the external revenue, I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna say, hey, Jackie, where are you?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Because if Trump went and did a full 180 and did nothing that he says he's going to, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to hold him accountable.
Right.
Correct. And Jimmy,
I will do that.
Jimmy, and I hope, and I'm glad I hear that. And can I just add this? And I think you would agree with me that the girls that sent that video on MAGA and Jackie, we have to honor them because we need people like them.
Yes.
We can't all follow. We can't all do the same thing. So that person that sent you that MAGA video, we should be grateful to him because he's putting things out there. They're putting things out there that we should think about that. Now, doesn't mean we have to agree lockstep, but those things should be put out there. Because look, remember in Watchtower, we were never allowed to question nothing.
Right. That's the
This is,
point.
and that's exactly, this is why I don't argue with folks, because we're all able to go out and draw our own conclusions on stuff. Your opinion's your opinion. If we agree, cool. If we disagree, that's cool too. I'm not going to demonize you because I disagree with you.
It's a
or
valid
not
point.
talk to you or block you. Like that's not.
Yeah.
But I will, say, hey, if I'm right, will you acknowledge that later? And if I'm wrong, I'm going to come back and say, hey, damn, Mr. M, you were on point, or whatever. But
you
will it
almost
go?
hold me to the fire on the $20. You never forgive me on that.
Yeah. Oh, one. I know I keep saying one last thing, but I do want to address this because Colty said this like twice. Well, did you not see Trump wearing a little hat praying at the wall? And you see, I also disagreed with when Trump did that. I don't think any of our presidents should be going anywhere and bending the knee or kissing any wall ever.
Where was that at?
That was in Israel during the
Israel visit,
the compilation tour, or the
I believe so.
What was it called? Capitulation tour. Again, this is why I say you're seeing some things that you may not understand. Some things are being done for show. At the time, we may not know what it is, but eventually it comes out. So
I get it, but I don't care. I don't want any U.S. president doing that, and Israel shouldn't even be an ally anymore after what we found out about the USS Liberty.
He cussed out Netanyahu, didn't he?
Yeah. Israel's a whole nother. That's a whole nother. Yeah, we know how I feel about the government of Israel.
So they're saying that they've heard that you do block. Well, I speak for myself when I say I don't block, but Jimmy certainly does. He does not have.
I'll block you. I'll block you.
Yeah, he has.
But
Jimmy
this is
did
the
block
only
Mr. M.
But this is the only time that I will block somebody. If they keep harping on one subject over and over and over and over again and sending me messages over and over again in my DMs, and I've already expressed my opinion and thoughts about something, you can just go ahead and accept that. And you don't have to keep trying to educate me over and over again on the same damn subject. So yes, that will get you blocked.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. M. Not everybody has the patience
Now,
like me, but
me and Gilbert, we have such low viewership. We don't block nobody. We're grateful to the people that hate us too.
I mean, I have said before, and I'll keep saying it. I am willing to have an open debate and discussion with you. I just require a couple of things. If I ask a question, please answer it. Don't dodge it. And if I state my opinion and how I feel about something, That's it. Don't preach to me like Watchtower.
Right. Yeah. And I do understand where people like that kind of passion, where they're coming from, because they really believe in it. Or like he says, oh, I really want to wake you up. That's impossible. It's impossible to wake somebody up. That person has to wake themselves up, just like how we had to wake up ourselves from a cult that we grew up in.
It's true.
It's the same feeling of how you think you want to wake us up about something is not going to work. You can say whatever you want to say, but it's all in the air until somebody actually grabs onto it, and they have to make that decision themselves.
But
you can't be
unfortunately,
sending 1,000 messages.
yeah, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that are lazy and will not do research, but yet will come spout their opinion on something that they know nothing about.
You know what? It's like that Joe and Fran, the MAGA thing. I don't have an answer for him. It was a great video, and I thank them for that. But now it's on my mind. And Jimmy said he's done his research now. But Joe and Fran are going to make me go do research. Not because they're forcing me, not because they're because it was such a damn good question. It was so damn great.
That's all I've ever wanted to get people to do is just do more research and start thinking outside the box and actually start trying to look and say, hey, life doesn't have to be the way it's been. It can be better. It can be better.
Yeah, because it has to pique your interest. If I would have never been interested or my curiosity wasn't turned on, I wouldn't do any of this.
So I just had a thought here. So if you're defending the status quo, that means you have, in my opinion, no vision for a better future. You might say you do, but your actions aren't proving that you do. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
And the status quo, Jimmy, today in 2025 is changing so fast. We're barely on January, 14th? And this world's flipping like crazy on the water front, on the snow melt and environmental questions, on everything, on financial matters, taxation.
Oh, 2025 is going to be a year of a lot of eyes opening. I mean, you think about it right now in California, what has that whole situation done to a lot of the Democrats, even maybe the ones who are just maybe almost to the center, just barely left of center. They're going to see that their government is not for them. They just got a huge ass red pill is what they got. And sorry about the mouth. And I saw somebody say something about mouth. It happens. Sorry. When I get passionate, I might drop a cuss word. Yeah. So.
Well, a lot of them are hurting, Jimmy. Like when you see Adam Carolla speaking, oh my gosh, when you see Mel Gibson speaking, they're speaking for their neighbors who've lost everything. And you see some of the girls like Justine Bateman. Was she on Jesse Waters the other night? Did you see her?
Yeah.
Boy, she was tough. And she comes from a liberal background. And so there's a big switch going on. And I'm not saying they're Republicans, but they're open to the ideas that the status quo, like you're talking about, the status quo there has to be change.
There has to be some change. And that's what we're all about.
Yeah. And I'm going to share a link because that's why I created my own Discord server just for the XJW Political Corner, because a lot of things are being discussed here and people want to say a lot of stuff, but the party is at Discord because it's like instant messaging and we can do voice chats and stuff like that. So I put the link if anybody wants to join the server. And that's where it gets really spicy because there's really no, rules like YouTube or X that restrict the conversation that, we really can't talk about here. But I want to know, you know what I'm saying? I want to know. So let me know on the Discord if anybody wants to join. The link is there and is in the description. And I think we covered mostly everything here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the title because we didn't do Greenland, and that was like a whole like UFO.
We did talk about Greenland. We talked about Greenland, didn't we?
Oh, okay. So I'll just take out theory because there was a whole other theory about Greenland. So I'll take the word out theory. Edit that.
Yeah. Hey, I got one thing. It touches on Jimmy's home state of North Carolina. In my social media circles, Arizona, the Republican circles that I chat with, North Carolina is always brought up in comparison to California
Yeah.
How the suffering has been so great, and yet you get no run in the media. And so a lot of Republicans are talking about it. Hey, let's not forget North Carolina. And they compare the numbers because California is sucking all the oxygen. It's just all the media attention is in California. But North Carolina was devastated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's disgusting, the coverage that California is getting versus what happened in North Carolina. But again, where's all the donors at? Where's all the mega Democratic donors at? Where is the people that can be put out on camera to start pulling heartstrings? You know, you got Mandy Moore makes $14 million a year, starting a GoFundMe. You got these rich people starting GoFundMes.
Yeah, no, I was like, do not feel bad for all of these celebrities going on TV and crying and talking about their properties and losing it all. I'm sorry, I don't have that type of sympathy anymore.
Where the FEMA, what happened the other day with the FEMA, the North Carolina?
Oh, you're going to get kicked out of the hotels.
We did cover that, and I shared the video earlier, Jesse. You might catch it on earlier that Biden said he was going to pay for like 100% of the debris removal. Meanwhile, North Carolina didn't get that, and they were taking people's kids away, and saying that they didn't have suitable housing. Like, what you mean they don't have suitable housing? They just went through a natural disaster, and that just goes to show you how it's like they don't care if you're poor
and they're still having to pay property taxes on houses that don't exist.
Oh hell no, I wouldn't. I'm sorry, they should stop paying it all. I mean, I wouldn't.
That just came out this week or late last week.
No.
What about car payments that they lost?
Don't pay it either. I wouldn't pay nothing.
Yeah, I'm not paying nothing. Yeah, I'm with Ruby.
Absolutely nothing.
That's devastation.
I don't care about my credit. I don't care about none of that. All that fake digital money. I don't care about none of that. I care about the cold cash and what assets you have, physical things.
Yeah, well, next Tuesday is the day after the inauguration, so I'm sure.
Oh no! We have to watch. We have to do an inauguration live. We gotta.
You know that's live. All day long, right?
I'm gonna go study.
Well, okay, what time does Trump get there?
Well, he's supposed to take office or take oath at 12 o'clock, 12:01 or whatever.
Okay, then that's.
Hey guys, thank you for the homework.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Jesse, let me know what you find out. We're gonna.
Yeah.
I can't believe we've been on here for 4 hours.
And you see how fast the time goes by, and I'm.
Think about how long 4 hours and 34 minutes would be at a district convention.
Yeah.
Oh my
sleeping
God.
through half of it, and there was a lot of people who said goodnight. So.
Do you remember the 3-day and the 4-day?
Oh yeah, I remember the 4 days.
Golly, that was torture for little kids.
Yeah, it was. Horrible.
I remember in '72 when the tobacco, and I remember my dad and all the guys used to go in the back and smoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, back then. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, we'll talk to you guys later.
See you,
Bye,
Jesse.
Jesse.
Hey, thank you for the homework.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, let me know what you find out. And thank you to everybody in the chat. The chat was alive all night, like really alive and going. Some people were like, sorry, I'm falling asleep. Good night. And that rarely happens that people say good night because we've been on here for so long.
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, I was excited and I was ready to go tonight.
Yeah, me too. Super excited. And I'm even more excited now that you guys reminded me that the inauguration is on Monday. So I'll do a live. We need to watch it live. I need to, just like the election night, we need to do it live. We need to watch it together. We need to experience history together. And see
what I would do is I would probably stream Trump's rally on the 19th.
Okay, so 19th and the 20th.
That might be an idea because when he says stuff, you have to listen. You gotta give him that.
Okay, so I need to find out what time that is. I'll do a live thing for that. I'll do the live stream for the inauguration, and then Tuesday.
Good God, you're gonna be busy.
Yeah, just like election. I mean, this is what it's about. This is why I love politics. This is like another TV show, but a good one. It's fun.
It's a long ass movie, is what it is.
Yeah, but I love it. It's like season 1, season 2, and it's like,
I'm ready for some credits to roll.
yeah. So we'll see what happens, guys. Thanks everybody for joining, and
Thank you, everyone.
catch you next
Good night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Enjoyed it.
All right. Bye, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you on Sunday. Bye, Jimmy. Good night.
Night,
Thank you
Ruby.
for coming. And thank you to Jesse and to Gigi and to Doreen. I
Yes.
think her name was Doreen. Okay. Yes. They're real love. Thank you so much for joining, and I'll catch you next time. Bye.
I'm a gun throwing patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun throwing patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Okay.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.